Okay, got it. Okay, how about now? Let me know. Okay, got it. Okay, how about now? Let me know. Okay, how about now? All right, yay. Glad I was able to get it to be just a little bit better for us. Had to grab my cards there. How's everybody doing? Happy Saturday, wherever you are, or Sunday, if it's Sunday where you are. Great to see you, great to have you, great to connect. How's everyone's Saturday going? How is it where you are? Are you busy? Are you working? Are you out with friends? How's it going where you are? Let me grab my water and we can begin. Amazing. Okay. Hey, Kylie. Welcome. Great to see you. Hello, Vibe and Shine. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear you're in the hospital, sweetheart. I hope you feel better soon. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Really unfortunate, hon. Hey, Pawan. Great to have you. Hoping you don't have to stay in the hospital very long. Let's go ahead and see what we have going on here. I've got Michelle. Oh, actually, that is not for a mini reading. That's a payment for a regular reading, which if you want to do, you can do. But let's see about our payments for mini readings. The list is open if you'd like to jump on it. There is the option to get either a one question astro chart reading, or you can get an astro chart plus plus a tarot or oracle pull to clarify things and open up more information. The astro chart alone is $25.25, and then if you want to do the tarot with it, what we have is $35.35. Both are in US dollars. So far on the list, I have Miss Brenna Rose and I have Vibe and Shine in that order. So Miss Brenna, if you would be so kind as to paste your birth details, I need the date, the time if you have it, and the location. And then I need your question. If you could put those things in the chat, that would be amazing. Thank you so much. Let me come back here. We'll do Brenna and then we'll do Vibe and Shine. And if you'd like to get on the list, you can definitely do that. Okay. You just got here on Thursday. I'm so sorry to hear that. And I definitely have you on the list, Vibe and Shine. You're right after Brenna. Brenna, you're first. Paste the birth details and your cue here in the chat. Hello, Miss Cameron Crutcher. It's great to see you. Welcome, hon. Okay. And Vibe and Shine says, it looks like a 2-week stay. My depression became unmanageable. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm glad that you were able to get yourself to a location where you could be safe, if that's what was needed. That's very, 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 it was smart of you to go where you could be safe. Okay, and we'll do your question next, Vibe and Shine. Hang in there, sister. Not all things, everything that goes down eventually does have to come back up. And I know that you will come back up too. So hang in there. All right, Miss Brenna Rose. That's a very general question. And so you're going to get a very general answer unless you prefer me to do something more specific for you. So if you're comfortable with something very general, that's great. But I've done generals for people before and they're like, well, why didn't you tell me about this? You told so-and-so about that. And I'm like, because so-and-so asked a specific question. So as long as you're comfortable with something quite general, that's cool. Hey, Steffers 1111, welcome. Great to have you. I'm going to get a confirmation here from Brenna that she's comfortable with a very general answer and we will move forward. If not, you can certainly give me a more specific question. And I'm happy to look more specifically for you as well at something. Well, I know the eclipse cycle is right by lots of personal planets. Yeah, it is. Okay, we can look at the eclipse cycle for you specifically if you want to do that. Let me just set my timer here so I don't sail away. There we go. So for you, here this eclipse cycle, you've got lots of energy in Taurus, your consciousness, your Venus, your Chariklo, and your Sun are sitting all together. And then we have in Scorpio, we have the planet Saturn and your Mars. This is Earth, the prenatal eclipse point, and your gateway point. I'm not going to get into those right now. And so what this is talking about for you on this axis is the relationship between your subconscious mind and your day-to-day life. It's talking about your belief systems and the way that you're living your life. It's also talking about the way you handle yourself when it comes to some of your psychic senses and the way you deal with people every day. With both Venus and Chariklo and the Sun sitting here in the 12th house, you are a bit of a psychic mage. And so this is letting us know as the eclipses hit these points that some of your psychic intuition is going to turn on. It's going to amplify and ramp up. The question will be, what do you do with it? Some of the problem that you're going to be facing with your Mars and your Saturn here in Scorpio in the 6th house is releasing obligations, duties, commitments to other people, some of which that other people didn't necessarily ask you to take on, but you yourself took on, in order to be able to get your life to be more fully in alignment with what it is you want and who it is you truly are. Where your life has been shackled by what you have either committed to in the past, commitments that you've outgrown, or expectations of other people that you've acquiesced to and agreed to without really giving it much thought, this eclipse cycle is going to force your hand on self liberation. It's going to force you to begin to look at and pay attention to what is it that I need in order to have a more stable life, because the constructs of my current daily living, given the obligations, the commitments that I've outgrown, that I've acquiesced to, these are no longer serving me. These things are no longer a match for who I'm becoming. And until you reconfigure some of those things, there's going to be a bit of a problem in the world of intuition, maybe even in the dream state. And I wouldn't say a problem, but it looks like your subconscious mind won't leave you alone. Your subconscious mind is going to bug you until you've handled some of these things. Um, and actually, because Sun here, which will get hit, rules your axis of communication, communicates that you need to update some of those agreements because they're just not working for you in the current configuration. Venus here governs that 12th house, so you're going to have to deal with some of your subconscious belief systems and the way they may be playing a role in your self-sabotage in this, participating in your own enslavement, so to speak. Venus also governs Libra here, that 5th house, and there's going to be a real need to deal with maybe look into how you can be more creative, more creatively structure these circumstances into partnerships instead of partnerships instead of where there's more equality, instead of circumstances where you're doing more and it has to be that way in order for things to work. The last thing I'll say is that, if it's not around people, this could certainly be health issues, Brenna. 6th house is physical health, 12th house is mental health, and there could be some psychosomatic changes in the physical health at this time that are really prompting you to make some significant changes in your mental health so that your body can hold your spirit without there being compromise because of stress or depression. All right, Miss Brenna, I thank you so much. I hope that there was something in there that resonated for you. That's certainly, kind of the way it looked for me as I was observing. Excuse me. We're going to go on now to Vibe and Shine. Brenna, if you would like to look more deeply and more specifically, like really talk about some of the circumstances of your life, because each house could have other interpretations. As I mentioned, the best thing to do would be to book a private reading with me. Kylie has kindly pasted the link for private reading, so you can do a 30-minute, and that should be enough to kind of really get us some clarity. But hopefully what I shared just now provided some illumination for you. Okay. Here we go. Miss Brenna, April 6th, 79, 8 p.m., Johannesburg, Vibe and Shine. We are on our way. If you'd like to get a mini reading, you certainly can. The list is open. Vibe and Shine is the next person. And after I do Vibe and Shine, it would be your turn. All right, Lady Vibe and Shine, can you please tell me fun stuff about the next year? I feel like I could do with a silver lining and some stuff to look forward to. I absolutely can. And before I say that, I just want to confirm for you, Vibe and Shine, that what you've been going through in the last 6 weeks, in this 1 week, it actually broke. It actually, the energy shifted. And it shifted probably, I think it was on Monday, and would have been not 21, but we're at 28 now, so probably about 22. What shifted this week was the movement of Jupiter and Mars into your home sign, Aries. And the reason it was just so hard these last 6 weeks in particular, if we go back, let's go back to about your birthday. Let's go back before your birthday. Let's go back to March. Okay. The reason why there was so much difficulty going on, beloved, is that there were too many planets hanging out in Pisces for you. You already have a large Pisces stellium that includes, your Venus, South Node, Follis Vesta, Mercury, and I believe that's your Mars. Yep. Large Pisces stellium. You've got Uranus here in Scorpio, rising sign in Scorpio. For the people who have significant water placements, you've got Jupiter in Cancer. And you have significant water in your natal chart. This extended amount of time with planetary activity here inside Pisces that was only added to when Venus joined and Mars joined in April would have made this period of time too much water for the already water laden people. And so thankfully, the sun has moved on, Mercury has moved on, Jupiter stays, but Venus will stay as well, I believe. Let's go to now. Nope, Venus has moved on, Mars has moved on, and so now there's only Neptune, Nessus, and Juno in Pisces, which is a much easier load to bear. And so the real kind of up level came when Jupiter moved out and then Mars joined it, and that was all within the last 10 days, beloved. And so you will not feel the heaviness that you just felt again. Not for some time. In fact, not at all this year, thankfully. Because Jupiter will hit Pisces again, but it won't hit Pisces again with all the other planetary pieces. And that's what is going to allow you to feel lighter. And because Jupiter and Mars have popped out here in your house of creativity in particular, you're going to start to get some new ideas, feel like a bit of a new dawning. Your manifestation potential and creativity has amplified. Whatever you're putting your mind on during this period of time, and specifically Aries represents our effort, Aries represents our actions and behaviors. Even if you don't feel like it, whatever you're behaving like is what's about to manifest in your world. And that's the energy that is with you for the entirety of this year. And so in the entirety of this coming year, what you have going on is this beautiful manifestation capacity. What would have been manifesting in these last little stretch of time is this energy of if you just couldn't get out of bed, and I think you did say that piece about I just couldn't get out of bed. I don't remember if it was you or somebody else who was having that problem with the depression and couldn't get out of bed. If that was the behavior that was going on, and if that was the feeling that was going on, getting reinforced by the behaviors, it would have just kept you down further. You may still feel a little heavy, Mars, Jupiter shaking themselves off, but with behaviors that are like, nope, I'm going to feel better and I'm going to take action to feel better. What you're going to find is that it's going to manifest as feeling better. The other thing that's happening with all the stellium energy through your sixth house is this situation of you being able to step into greater service, and being greater service starting to amplify better feelings in that 12th house here. It's opposing health, the house as well, the house of mental health, where you're able to just support other people, help other people. I don't know if you have volunteer commitments anywhere, once you leave the circumstance that you're in. if in fact you do have those, you're going to find, especially if you're volunteering with like pets in any way or animals, those are the kind of things that are really going to help lift you, like lift your floor so that you can't revisit this location. And so this whole year for you, Jupiter doesn't get out of your fifth house of manifestation. It stays. Fifth house manifestation impacts 10th house careers, first house of self, sorry, not career. Let me go back. It impacts this house, your ninth house of potential. It's going to impact your first house of yourself. The rest of this year is going to be a bit of a reclaiming for you, where you're getting into a vibration and a frequency of coming back to first house yourself and ninth house, your true potential, getting back into who you really are, how you really are, coming back home to yourself. And this is the beginning of your Jupiter transit to your sun, which is a significant period of time where you get the opportunity to expand who you are here in the third dimension. And that happens next year when Jupiter hits your sun. You get that Jupiter expansion, you get a lot of luck, a lot of opportunity, a lot of growth, resurging in your life. And because that sun governs your 10th house, that energy really shows up for you in career. This was kind of the breakdown that precedes a breakthrough for you. All right. So that's what I have. Next up, we have Ghazal and then Cameron. Nope, we don't. I digress. There's a few more people before. Here's who else has joined the list after Vibe and Shine. We have Calliope, Magda, Ghazal, and then Cameron. Calliope, you are next. So it is going to be a bit of a process, but it is also going to be the kind of thing where through your own effort is how this manifests. The more you take on and do, whether you feel like it or not, the more at home you're going to get the opportunity to be. Miss Calliope, may I have your question and your birth details? Thanks, Kelly. Let me get my notebook here. Oh. Let me just make sure I have everyone. So Calliope, then Magda, then Ghazal, then Cameron. Okay. And you got the Astro, Magna got the Astro, Ghazal got the Astro Tarot, and Cameron got the Astro Tarot. Okay, great. Have it down on the list. Let's take a look, Kelly. And let me share screen. And there we go. March 6, 1983, 12:40, 2:40 a.m. Athens. Okay. 3/6/83, 2:40 Athens, Greece. Got it. I'm starting a spiritual business based on my light work mission. Energy medicine, house blessings on the island I live, which has 5,000 people. It's a very small community. That is a very small community. I also started to join forces and work from a distance with my twin, who is on the mental health field. Any insights and guidance about that step in my career in the second half of the year is deeply appreciated. All right, let's have a look. Great question. Okay. So you have the expander and opportunity bringer here on the axis of sales and marketing, PR, visibility, communication, social media, messages, all of that. And Jupiter stays here this year and remains here into the first half of next year. With the opportunity bringer in this place, this is also the place of education. This is also the place of taking classes. If in fact what you can do can be done via a distance, Kelly, my strong suggestion would be to learn whatever it is you need to learn about marketing and sales, PR, visibility via social media avenues to build up a captive audience, a pipeline that you can sell to that is more than just 5,000 people. You need to have more than that, exclusive community to have access to. And again, if this is something that you're unclear about how to do, my strong recommendation would be to find a mentor who can help you understand the ins and outs of creating an audience, because it's more than just posting regularly. There's very specific things that you're going to need to learn how to do to kind of build momentum and get people purchasing in a consistent way. As far as it goes with business partnership, I see here you're certainly built for that with Libra at your midheaven. It looks like the partnership itself expands more next year for you career-wise than this year. This year looks like you're just kind of getting your feet wet in the partnership arena. But once Jupiter moves into that fourth house, it harmoniously aspects the 10th house. And that 10th house is the career house. That ninth house where Libra starts is the potential house. Right now, Jupiter is only aspecting the house of potential. Next year is when it aspects the house of rubber hitting the road and things truly manifesting. So, I would take it very slow with your business partner at this time. Feel through things, learn each other. Again, that ninth house, third house axis is the axis of learning and understanding and growing. Communications, education, sales, that kind of thing, marketing, PR, getting the word out, messages. There's a lot of things going on that need to be learned about your business partner at this juncture, and your business partner has to learn about you before the two of you are running as a well-oiled machine together. This particular energy, this Jupiter moving here into Aries, when it does happen next year, does kick things up a notch. It moves things into the arena of having greater potential. And it gives you a sense of greater visibility and power via the partnership as well. But that's next year. This year is just, let's get our feet wet, let's get our names out there, let's start the process of understanding what's to come. Jupiter is going to hit your natal Mars here and really spend a lot of time with it in this summer and fall. This is the right time to amplify that visibility. It's the right time to work on, getting yourself out there this summer and really becoming as visible as you can on more than just your island. The other thing about this third house, ninth house axis, where the expander and opportunity bringer sits at this time, is that it's all about travel. Short distance 3, long distance 9. And so where you're able to be visible on more than just your island, I strongly recommend that you place yourself in positions to be able to do so. And that's how I would work with that energy, Kelly. Thanks so much for asking. It's an honor to have read for you again. I hope you're having a great Saturday. Please say hello to the island for me. I miss islands. Okay. On the list, we just finished with Kelly. Now it is Magda's turn. After I do Magda, there will be Ghazal and then Cameron. The list is open if you would like to get on it. The way to do so is pinned above in the blue moment or the blue chat that's pinned at the top of your chat box. If you would like to have a mini reading, it is $25.25 for a single question, single chart, which is what you would have just seen me do with Kelly. And if you'd like to add tarot or astro to that, it's $35.35 USD. All right, the pinned comment above will let you know precisely how to jump on the list. You can pay via Venmo or via PayPal today if you'd like to do so. Let's share screen. Let's read for Magda. All right. Hey, welcome, Jane Elizabeth. Great to have you here. And let's see. Cool. The Jane Elizabeth. Okay. Cool. All right, Magda says she was born in Poland. And says, let me see if I can get this to a blog. Okay. And she says she was born October 2nd, 1976. October 2nd, 1976 at midnight and 1 minute. No, that's 1 second. Midnight and 1 minute. Okay, got it. Poland 10-2. 76 total 1. All right, Magda. Amazing. Okay, let's see. I'm stuck emotionally in a previous relationship. We broke almost 3 years ago, but still in very close touch. Oh, I'm sorry to hear this. Okay. Lots of sadness, depression on both sides. I've done therapy, inner work, I have abandonment issues. Where does that show? Okay, I see it. Why am I so stuck in this energy? What else can I do to move on? Okay, almost 3 years ago. Let me go back in time. Magda, when can you just give me the date when you and this person met, please? And if you don't know the precise date, if you could give me the month and the year when you met this person, that'll help me understand what may be going on for you and what the lesson is and what's happening. Just the month and the year of when you met. If you don't know the precise date when you met this person, that's totally fine. The month will have a lot of illumination for me. Month and year, please. But when I look at your chart for just the way you're configured to begin with, people who have the ruler of the 7th house here in the 1st house, which you do struggle to move on from relationships once they're complete. October 1st, 2012. That's some of your nature and makeup. You also have Venus in fixed sign Scorpio, and your North Node in Scorpio. So learning how to let go is something that is it's a learning for you in this lifetime. It doesn't come easy for you. What comes easy for you in this lifetime is the Taurus South Node, which is holding on. the south node is always that which we come in knowing how to do. It's the north node. Once we are doing that, the north node is what we're here to learn. And so letting go in the world of anything for you does not come easy. Let's take a look at the date your person came in here and see what the lesson was for you, October 1st, 2012. Looking at this date, yeah, some of the theme of this connection was going to be letting go, because you connected during a Taurus Scorpio eclipse cycle. We're in a Taurus Scorpio eclipse cycle now. And so that would have amplified some of the emotions of the experience for you. And you have the Sagittarius vertex point, 27 degrees Sag. Interesting. Yeah, this would have been okay. Some of the lessons with this person, like I said, it I mean, I hate to say this, but there's almost like a you met so that you could get this lesson in the chart here. There's also some really interesting stuff going on here as well with the way this person has shown up in relationship to your 7th house and your 10th house. I certainly see there's a lot of potential in this connection. You know, it may be that whatever it is with this person is just not done, Magda, but it's on hold or on continuance for now, whereby some time needs to go by before things can reassemble in a different energy. So let me see how you phrase this. Emotionally stuck. Yeah. Yeah. So I would say some of this has to do with the learning how to let go and allow transformation and change. That's part of this, but that's not all of it. There's definitely a lot of, I mean, it's too much for me to get into here, but I do see that this connection was meant to permanently change you. And that some of the work for you has a lot to do with coming to clarity, specifically about making the distinction between the way love has changed you versus the way the person has changed you. Because when love changes us, when we mistake the giver with the gift, when we conflate that the person has changed us as opposed to that love has changed us, our response to the emotionality is what's changing us. It does become really easy to slip into mental loops of holding on to things long past their due date. So you run a business together too. Yeah. And so, that's, making it easier to hold on, the fact that the two of you have to see and talk to each other week to week. So, I wouldn't say that you are in the wrong place or that you're stuck. It just sounds like you're still learning certain lessons around what it means to let go. And what it means to be in a place where you're making the distinction between recognizing that the love and the connection has permanently shifted you, not the person themselves. Okay. When you can let it be that the love is what's changing you, you can allow the person to have their process. You can allow the person to, be a human, as opposed to seeing them through the lens of them being this superhuman kind of entity. And so it's a good idea to start making those distinctions. It's Ghazal's turn, so if you would please paste your question and the birth details. But it just sounds like you're working the process of learning your North Node, and it can be a hard North Node to learn. The Scorpio North Node is about learning how to let go. So there's that, learning how to let transform. Okay, so let me just double check. For those of you that are just joining, welcome. The list is open. I'm going to read for Ghazal now, and then I'm going to read for Cameron. After Cameron, it would be your turn if you would like to get on the list. List is open. Let's share a screen here while we set up Ghazal's chart. Okay, born in Jordan. Amman. Dang, okay. So Amman is not in my list of available places. What's the next closest city to Amman? And might Amman have a different spelling at all? I'm just double checking. What's the next closest city to Amman? Because it's not here in the software, Ghazal. Well, let me set up the rest of your chart. October 28th, 1986, 9:37 p.m. Let's review your question while you give me the next closest city. Having a period of Jerusalem. Okay. If Jerusalem is the next closest city, unfortunately, I need to use Israel. Yeah, I'm sorry. The way the software is set up, I would need to put Israel for Jerusalem. Does the country Jordan have a Jerusalem? Let me just see. No. I wish they would stop messing with these borders and erasing places. I really do. This stuff makes me so mad. Okay, but I think you understand why that is given the history in the area. So October 28th, 1986, 9:37 p.m. Okay, got it. We know you were born in Amman, Jordan, but the erasure system, I can try Urbid. Let me try that. Thank you. Yes, I have Urbid here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Happy to look at it from Urbid. All right, let's see. I'm having a period of a breakdown in career and relationships at the moment, especially the past 3 months, but I'm feeling like I'm on a precipice of a breakthrough in both. What should I be healing or focusing my energy on in the next months? Okay, great question. Career and relationships breakdown. That is Mars and that is Capricorn, and these two are not directly related. Okay. What should you be focusing the energy on in the next, how many months? 3. Okay. Yeah, they're not directly related, but I do see here that you're right. You are on the verge of a breakthrough. I do see your intuition has really spoken to you on this one. No surprise, Chiron in the 12th house, very intuitive person. With Jupiter here, approaching a sextile with Mars, the ruler of your career house, and Jupiter approaching a trine with Saturn, the ruler of your relationship house here. This is telling me that expansion is set to occur in both places. Jupiter expands whatever it touches, but the expansion is going to be a little bit different. The expansion with the career house, because this is a sextile and it sits just before getting into the career house, this expansion is going to be all about things that you apply your own effort to. And it may be effort that you're making behind the scenes, things you're doing behind the scenes in order to kind of restructure what's happening for you in the world of career. Mars in the 8th in Aquarius, this is telling me that in some way there's some effort that you're making behind the scenes to kind of sow goodwill with people in the world of your career that can help you get ahead. And these may not necessarily be higher ups. These may be people who may get promotions before you, who may get visibility before you, who then turn back around and pull you into visibility with them, that then have the ability to influence decisions made around you and about you. Sowing goodwill with these people at this time will go a long way to quantum leap your career when we get into next year. But it's all about sowing the seeds now with some of these people. In the world of relationship, Jupiter is talking to this Saturn. And in conversation with Saturn, the ruler of your 7th house, I do see here that there is a bit of expansion opportunity and growth that's just going to come to you a bit more naturally without any effort. It's a timing thing. And the timing of this expansion opportunity and growth here is facilitating your ability to have relationship expand for you. Now, what's interesting is that this is going to come through your house of creativity and having a bit of discipline, specifically about some things that maybe you're learning, Saturn and Sagittarius. If you've been prompted in any way to take on maybe some relationship courses, education, classes, mentorship, that is going to be the launch pad for relationships starting to expand naturally and on their own for you. And so I like to see this because this is really telling me that in the world of relationship for you, there's just a couple of tweaks you may need to make to your mindset and belief systems. That's what Sagittarius governs. Having some discipline about adopting new belief systems about relationship. That's Saturn is discipline. And that's what blows open your relationship house and really leads to Jupiter doing its best in the 9th house of potential and second marriages there, is it lays the groundwork for that to blow wide open for you if you're just doing some work around adjusting your lens and your mindset. All right, that's what I have there for you. Let me go ahead and do the tarot pull. After I do Ghazal here, I'm going to be doing Cameron. The list is open. Welcome, George. It's great to have you. Great to see you here. If anyone would like to jump on the list, you would be next after I finish here with Cameron. I'm going to read tarot for Ghazal. And then it would be your turn, and it would be lovely to read for you. So you can jump on the list by utilizing the pinned comment above. That blue pinned comment provides everything you need to jump on the list. I've also pasted it there in the chat. Ghazal, let me shuffle for you about this precipice. One moment. Let's see. Having a period of breakdown in career and relationships. All right. What is there for Ghazal to focus on in the next 3 months? Shuffling for Ghazal. What is there for her to focus on in the next 3 months? And actually, I'm getting that I'm supposed to use the Rider Waite for you. Shuffling for Gazal. Shuffling for Gazal. Shuffling here for Gazal. Okay. Let's go ahead and have her cards. I wanted to all come out together. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Cameron, please place the birth details. We have Ace of Swords reversed, Gazal, Empress reversed, and the Moon upright. Bottom of the deck is this Five of Wands that's underpinning the whole thing. Yeah, the first vibe I got with the Ace of Swords reversed is that there's something that you're not seeing. There's something that's not clear to you at this point. It's kind of hidden in a blind spot. And it's not completely hidden in a blind spot. With the Empress reversed and the Moon and this Five of Wands, it's almost like the energy I'm getting from this is it's like catch-22 energy. And so yeah, and it's pride. There's something going on here in the world of pride where if certain things are true, then that would mean X, Y, Z about me. And I don't want those things to be true about me. So I'm going to look the other way, twist the information, pretend like certain things are not true. And that is that internal turmoil, that internal conflict, that catch-22 energy of feeling I'm damned if I do, I'm damned if I don't. The issue that's showing up here, the reason why it's like that sense of feeling like I'm stuck is because of some sort of ego attachment or pride. And it's that, and it may not even be, I'm actually picking up that it may actually be family related. More than anything else, that it's not even your own ego or pride. It's like doing the family justice, or like not bringing shame on the family, or like bringing honor, or not being less than your siblings in some kind of way. There's that kind of vibe to this as I'm looking at these cards. And so what this is telling me is that the answer has been kind of staring you in the face all along. It's just been an answer you don't really like. It's uncomfortable, this answer, because of the ways in which it sets you apart from people that, or a way of living, or it sets you apart from either people, a way of living, or an idea of yourself that they had or you have had, that they, in their eyes, or in the past in your eyes, was the right idea about who you're supposed to be, but you're bumping into the limitations of fitting into that box. And so because you're bumping into the limitations of fitting into this box, this Moon upright is telling me that, you know, the answer is here. The answer is available to you, but you would need to be more willing to go within for the answer than looking outside of you and externally referencing for the answer. And that once you've gone internal for the answer, there's a way to kind of like almost like 180 turn things around in both areas of life very, very quickly. So that's what I have for the tarot pull for you. But yeah, it is going to require a bit of letting go of attachment to the way you previously saw and understood yourself, or letting go of attachment to the way other people have previously seen and understood you. That you're going to be a different person through this process. And that's not going to be a bad thing. That's actually going to be a good thing, even if it's a person that you never envisioned being, or a version of yourself that they personally, you know, they kind of they give the little side eye to, like, oh, what is that she thinks she's doing? Some of this for you has more to do with becoming a leader with the people that you're attached to, and not necessarily being someone, needing, you're meant to lead the pack, not follow it, is the vibe I'm getting there. But you've been following it, and that's what's caused a lot of the conflict, just trying to keep up with the Joneses, not lead the Joneses. So hopefully, Gazelle, that provided a bit of resonance, a bit of clarity for you. There is an answer, but it's internal to you, not external to you. Okay. Cameron. Okay, she's Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you, Gazelle. Um, Oops, no, Atlanta. Okay, just clear, and then switching into Cameron's energy. Gazelle, you'll have to let me know how that resonated for you. And we have January 18, 1991, 12:45 a.m. All right, Miss Cameron. Here we go. Welcome to anyone who's just joining. Cameron is the final person on the list. As soon as I complete with Cameron, I will be coming to you. It will be your turn. So if you'd like to jump on the list, you can. The way to do that is pasted above. It looks like we've got Cameron, and then we've got Brenna, who wanted to get a second question, which is totally fine. I'll read for Brenna again after I read for Cameron. And let's share screen one more time. It resonated a lot, especially the tarot pull. Okay, good. I'm happy to have been able to provide that clarity, Cameron. Yeah. All right, or Gazelle. All right, let's have it. Let's get into Cameron's energy. So Cameron says, I'm a successful music educator and actress from the US to the UAE. Through the experiences, I know who I am as a light worker and channeler for dead and alive. However, I have been in an internal battle with myself in fear of putting myself out to the world and being received. Is this year the time for my business fulfillments? I would say there's definitely an opportunity for that, Cameron, because of the way Jupiter is going to hang out in your house of being of service to the world. When Jupiter, the expander and opportunity bringer, hits the house of service, especially in your case, given the location of your birth, it's also hitting your 10th house of career and visibility, and the later part of your second house of earned income. Yes, that is here. Yes, the opportunity for that is on the table. What you do with that is going to be up to you. I do see you're up against some real challenges here with Saturn sitting on top of your moon. That Saturn moon transit, it's a tricky one. There's a lot of shedding of attachments with a Saturn moon transit, which I see you're in the middle of. And that shedding, specifically in your case, could have something to do with home or the way you see yourself and your potential in the world. Moon governs the later part of the house of the potential and the early part of the 10th house of career and fame, visibility, reputation. There's a bit of a shedding of attachment to where this is going to go once you've become more visible that you're being asked to do, Cameron. When you shed the potential, or when you shed the attachment, because moon in the shadow can rule some of our attachments. When Saturn is speaking to moon in the way that it is, it's doing its damnedest to get us unattached to our attachments. This energy here is really trying to facilitate support for you to get into a place and a space of like putting it out there and letting go of how it's going to be perceived and received, putting it out there and trusting that you'll be guided and placed where you're among, with Jupiter in the house of service, among the people you can serve best, but you don't necessarily get to choose those people. Life is going to choose those people for you. Let's see what you've got to say here. Absolutely. Just went through a horrible situation with a guy and lost a baby and all. I'm so sorry to hear that. The attachment of relationship and love and receptivity. Yeah. So there's a real need. I'm sorry to hear you lost a baby and lost, the love and, all of that. This is a bit of a growth transit where what you're being asked to do is instead of putting your attention on yourself and what this is going to do for you and who you're going to be and where this is going to go and what your life is going to look like, you're really kind of being asked to place your attention on whom you can serve and what they need and what kind of pain they're in and what's their struggle and how can you help them solve their struggle and how many of them can you reach as quickly as possible so that they're not in pain anymore, and whether or not that leads to more in a way that you thought it would look like, that's kind of off the table. What's on the table is that it absolutely does lead to more. It's just going to be the way that it needs to be for you to serve as many people as possible, Cameron. And so that's what I'm seeing here as I'm looking at this for you. The LGBTQIA plus community is my niche. I want to bring love, light, peace, understanding to them. It's called Royals Light. Totally get it. And Cameron, I'm looking at this transit. That may be your niche. They may be where your heart is. And simultaneously, you may find that the shorthand is God has other plans for you. You're just needed in other areas. And, when you're truly living into your potential, and which you are being asked to do, Saturn hitting that moon is really, Saturn hitting your moon in that way is asking you, because that moon rules your 10th house. It's asking you to stay in your potential at this time, and it's restoring wholeness to any potential that's been lost, squandered, repressed. So this is telling me that for you, this period of time, I get that you may find that your heart is with the LGBTQIA plus community, but I just see that God may have other plans for you. And if you're willing to surrender your plans to the divine plan, you're going to see some breakthrough growth. Okay, right on. Okay, and so there's precipice energy here for you. Interestingly enough, I think Ghazal had used that word, precipice. So thank you, Cameron. I pulled the cards. I've got Death reversed, Justice upright, and Three of Cups upright came out with its own clarifier, the Tower reversed. Let me just feel into this and see what it's trying to say. She's been worried about receptivity to what she wants to share. What's her message? Is this her year? Oh, okay. Okay, so the message is that with death reversed and justice upright, the initial message it's reading like you don't have to give up wanting to serve this community at all. In fact, they're here in the spread. You don't have to give that up, but there is a rebalancing. This is kind of telling me that there's been certain parts of you and your gift that are maybe a little bit tailored And in tailored, I mean excluded so that you can fit with this community is the vibe that's coming through. It almost looks like there's something in you that you've been avoiding bringing to the table. Wow, the energy is a little bit similar than as Gazal's, but let me just hit clear and just see if this is the same or different. Let me get into discernment. Okay. The distinction that I'm getting is that there's something in the world of the phrase that comes through is doing too much. Um, and that because there's been a doing too much, there's been a little bit of challenge keeping financial flow continuous. Like there's been a lot of financial juggling that's had to happen that's coming through. Um, and so then what's the answer? Does she double down or does she open up and expand this? Oh, you've been playing secret agent. I see. You've not really put yourself out there around the gift. Okay. Hmm. Interesting. Okay, so this is kind of talking about there's like far too many messages coming through for what I can deliver in a 3 card tarot pull or like in a mini reading. But basically, this is telling me that there's been a little bit of juggling, and the juggling is the juggling thing that's going on is it's causing a bit of a problem in the world of God delivering your stuff to you or you being having the visibility you need. It's almost like I see you putting yourself out there as one thing, but the reality is you're another thing. And because there's this incongruence between what you're showing and who you're being, what you're giving to people, because there's this incongruence here, there has been it's caused problems financially for you is what this is telling me, that you're not financially stuck or repressed or held back, but it's just meant that there's had to be a lot of like juggling. And so this is telling me that the sooner you get to a place of just owning the gift, open arms, whole heart, this is who I am, no apologies, in other words, coming out to your own community, so to speak, about what you do and who you are, this is what actually facilitates things moving forward. Is the ownership of not being operating in the shadows. And I see it's not completely shadow for you. You know, people who caught on, like people who had, you know, their sixth sense turned on, you know, and they caught it. They were like, oh, you're this. Can you do this for me? Can you read for me? Can you blah, blah, blah for me? Those people caught it. They got it. They saw who you were. And you're happy to work with people who see it without you having to tell them, Cameron. But what I'm getting from this is that it's your time to tell them. You need to stop hiding and actually what you are and who you do, you need to show it on the outside, not just let people who happen to guess it get it. Okay. That's what I'm seeing there for you. Okay. So that's what I got, Miss Cameron. Thank you so much. I appreciate you letting me read for you. Hopefully that resonated. I'm going to come back to the chat and have a look. I just want to update the payment apps. I know Brenna is next, so we're going to read for Miss Brenna. Thanks everyone for your patience. If Brenna is willing to post her next question, that would be amazing. Oh, so Brenna, I see 2 payments here from you in addition to the original. So I see the total of 3 payments here. I see a tarot I see an astro only for 25.25, Brenna. And then I see a second payment 15 minutes later for tarot plus astro. So I imagine you have two new questions. Is that right, Brenna? Do I have that right? Or is it just one question? Let me see what's going on here in the chat while you confirm what's happening next for us. So Cameron says, I want to bring love, light, peace, and understanding to them, right? I'm screaming. I want to love on them so much. Their spirit guides are screaming at my door. Very nice. Oh my God, I want to be a secret agent. So freaking crazy. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yes, it did. Blessings to all of you. We're on the same path to light as it seems. Right on, Cameron. Okay. Let me see. It looks like George commented here as well. Katarina, I feel God is preparing a gift he can't even explain. Moon Lady, I'm sorry I couldn't handle myself to comment. That's all right. That sounds just like me. Oh, very nice. But I want to have a show. What I have to show is painful for people. Hang in there, George. You'll find your way. You'll find your way. Let me go ahead and set up Brenna's chart while Brenna clarifies what we're doing next. Brenna, do you have two questions? One question for Astro and a second question for Astro plus Tarot? Or do you just have one question for Astro and Tarot? Let me see what's going on here. Share screen. Yay, birds. California. Seaside. 11:15. 9, 12:40 p.m. Okay, what is my guide dealing with during the eclipse cycle? Especially that may be affecting our connection and future union. I got cards. Okay, so it's one question with the cards. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Let me hit the timer. So it's just one question. So I will, Brenna, I will refund you for the single Astro, since what you meant to pay for was Astro plus Tarot, unless you have a second question that's Astro only. Okay, for your person, this particular transit is lighting up their third house, ninth house axis. And this is all about their potential and them getting to clarity about what their true potential really is. Interesting, this last eclipse a little bit. Ooh, okay. Okay. Interesting. This is interesting. This thing here is talking about your person's energy. Your person has a very strong life force energy that unfortunately can really manifest in the shadows sometimes. Whenever I see Pluto and Mars together with Lilith in Scorpio, that's not, that combination of things is the kind of person who has a very explosive temper. When they get upset, they can really lash out on other people, and they can be equally self-abusive as they are to other people. They can be hard on other people and hard on themselves. And so that's kind of a very direct shadow energy when I see Pluto, Mars, and Lilith like all sitting together the way they are in your person's chart. They can bring the shadow energy out of one another, and it can be really how do I put it? It can be an energy of, yeah, just it's the best way I can put it. I'm sorry to say this, Brenna. It's a bit of an abusive energy. And with Mars as part of the mix, it's not just self abusive, it can be outwardly abusive. When I'm seeing all of this together, this person can have an issue with, sometimes, especially with Mercury sitting with the sun, holding their tongue when they're upset. And when the axis of communication is lit up with the North Node in the third house of communication, South Node in the ninth house, this is telling me, and this is a good thing, that the transits of the eclipses are trying to help your person release their shadow, release this energy from expressing in this way, find healthier ways of coping, healthier ways of expressing, healthier ways of dealing with upset, healthier ways of perceiving what's going on, so that everything isn't upsetting. It's like, oh, they have more bandwidth to give people benefit of the doubt, more bandwidth to give themselves benefit of the doubt, all of that. And so what I'm seeing here with all of this, Brenna, is that your person is essentially getting an upgrade to their shadow side so that they're able to operate with more power. Because in the light, when these things are under control, this is a person who has a lot of power and potential to really support others from behind the scenes and manifesting their true potential. But this particular transit is forcing your person's hand on a couple of things. With Saturn crossing over their North Node throughout this period, it's forcing your person's hand and their horizon line around getting and giving themselves the benefit of the doubt and not being a martyr to the point where they lash out at other people, where they give so much that they then just get resentful that they're last on the list. They can no longer be last on the list because they're starting to get it, that only leads to damaging outcomes for them. And because of that, it is important that, throughout this time, like these hard realizations that your person is getting, just give them the space to move with it and move through it. Give them the time that they need to be with these insights and realizations and find their way to healthier behaviors when it comes to their upset, because that's what's being asked of here. Brenna, I think you wanted the tarot pull with this too. Let me know. That would be great. Thank you. And I see Kylie accidentally hit the timeout for you. She said her phone was in the pocket. So if for some reason I'm not able to see your comments, what I would say is go ahead and exit the chat and come back in if you can to answer the question. That would be really great. Okay. So Jasmine just joined the list. Thank you, Lady Jasmine. Great to have you here. And we will resume here with Brenna. But just confirm for me, Brenna, you want the tarot with this question as opposed to a different, yes, okay, thank you. All right, let me pull. Okay, let me pull here. Shuffling for Brenna. What does she need to know about how her person is working with these eclipses? What does she need to know about how her person is working with these eclipses? Oh, wow. Wow. Okay. Wow. This is illuminating. Yeah. Okay, Brenna. What is that at the bottom of the deck? Dang. Okay. So, Brenna, this is interesting because I'm using my Santa Muerte deck. I don't know if you know that deck, but what I've got is the Ace of Cups reverse, Magician reverse, Two of Cups upright. I asked, what do you need to know about how your person is working with the eclipse energy? And what came through with this particular Ace of Cups reversed? Yeah, and the Two of Cups came out separately. Yeah. This, it looks to me and it feels like, as I'm opening to the energy, there's a lot of depression energy here, like a lot of it, and regret energy, specifically about the way you were treated in the connection. I don't know if if your person did some things or said some things that it negatively impacted you when you were just trying to be loving. But instead, what they were able to give back to you as the love, as their heart got touched, was a lot of their past pain. A lot of their unresolved pain, unresolved heartbreak came up at the same time that love came up for them. And so there's an awareness now in what I'm seeing here through this tarot card pull, that you were treated rather unfairly, Brenna, in the connection. And so what I'm seeing here is two things. One, this person, I don't know where they're at with their, I don't know where you guys are at with communication, but I see that your person has resolved. That they're not going to let their mess get on you anymore, that they know that they have their own ish to deal with, that they can't afford to treat you or maybe others, but this is specifically love. They can't treat you the way they treated you. And so you may find that this person removes themselves, like backs up a little bit until they've got more of this under control, because they don't want to get so touched and triggered by love, this Two of Cups card, that their pain that comes up every time love is an experience they're having spills out all over you in the process. There looks to be some sort of, I will not do that to her anymore kind of resolution here. And so, yeah, the Five of Pentacles reversed at the bottom of deck, lets me know that they're trying to complete that. They don't want that to be the way this goes anymore. In this deck, the Five of Pentacles has like some feet stepping on some heads, like crushing them. And the Two of Cups in this deck has one person like reaching into the body of another person, touching their heart. And I'm seeing that as you, but the heart touched person has all of this like liquid water pouring from their head into the other person's head. And I'm seeing that being all of your person's pain and depression. So let me know if that resonates for you. If there is separation right now, I would say it's a good thing. It's a sign that your person has realized they can't treat you the way they had been treating you, that it's just not going to work for them to do that anymore. Brenna says, yes, we're in silence at the moment. He has a lot of past trauma from past relationships. He did finally tell his wife about me though, so I'm hopeful. Okay. Got it. Yeah, I'm sorry that that is kind of what's going on there. Does look like you were getting the short end of the stick, Brenna. Um, and so it sounds like he's made some choices that you won't be getting that short end of the stick anymore, which is good. Um, okay, Brenna, did you have another question, or did you want me to refund you for the single Astro? Let me know. If you had a second question, great. If not, I'll refund you for the single Astro, because it looks like maybe there was just some confusion about the payment. After I finish up here with Brenna, Jasmine, it'll be your turn. So go ahead and get your question ready. All right, let me come back here. I don't have another question at the moment. Refund is fine. Okay, got it. Got it. Okay, the single Astro. Let me go ahead and send that back to you, sweetheart. Sorry if it wasn't clear about the way the payment worked. My apologies. Okay. So that's Brenna. Jasmine, it is your turn, beloved. List is open. If anyone would like to get on it, that is the way to do it. Just pasted it there. These are one question, one chart mini readings. I can do 25-25 for the one question, one chart. But if you would like to add the tarot or oracle, it's 35-35. There's PayPal link if you would like to pay via PayPal. There's also Venmo if you would like to pay via Venmo. Okay, Jasmine, let's get into this. Oops, I didn't mean to open a new. There we go. Let me share screen. I need the birth time and location too, Jasmine. Let's see what George has been up to here in the chat. George says, I've been pushed from within to share and be for people. I'm a shadow worker, but that is rejected from people. But sometimes my energy acts by itself. I don't see a way so far, but there will be. I'm a shadow worker and can give insight of how really that energy works with people's minds. Very nice, George. Very nice. Okay. Wow, again, sounds like me, what she did. I don't remember the first 1 year after she ended it with me. Somehow I felt I was moved slightly out in order not to experience all of what happened. Yeah, trauma can do that. We can kind of separate from ourselves when we experience traumatic things. And that can be anything from an ending to a move or a death, or sometimes people's first year of marriage even can be a bit traumatizing because it's such a change. No. 24, 1994. Okay, great, Jasmine. I've got it. What's your question? So we're reading for Jasmine now. If you're just joining, welcome. Great to have you. We'll let Jasmine ask her question. Just wonder if I'll remain single for the next few years. That's a interesting question. I don't think so, Jasmine, but let's look. I do see here that you've been through a period of time where there would have been a lot of singlehood with Saturn floating through the 7th house. If in fact the right kind of partner was not available for you as we hit 2021. With Saturn hitting Aquarius, your seventh house, as we started 2021, if in fact you were not with someone who was a right fit for you, yes, you would have entered a period of time that would have been rather single. And the reason why, whenever Saturn hits a house or a planet or a sign, what Saturn's looking to do is restore integrity, restore wholeness, restore completeness to that house, to that sign. And so Saturn is still here at the final degrees, and it does move, I believe, next year, like somewhere mid next year, late next year, into Pisces, which would free up your seventh house. But what the work has been is trying to create and facilitate some clarity for you about who you really are in relationship, what you really need in relationship, how relationship can succeed for you personally, and so that you're not entering into relationship under false pretenses, under false persona, with any parts of you left out, any parts of you hidden, any parts of you um, kind of pretzeled, if you will, to be what other people want. This would have been a period of time where you just weren't having any of that anymore. As you got to know yourself and what you needed in relationship and from relationship to be successful in it. That Saturnian transit, like I said, does complete here pretty soon. And you are at the tail end of it. So I suspect you've gotten a lot of the lessons. And some of the singleness, as I'm looking at this, doesn't look like it's been because there are no options. It's been because the options haven't been suitable for the truth of who you are. And you're done exploring options that are clearly just not a fit. Jasmine, that period of your life has come to conclusion where you're just like, oh yeah, we can explore it, even though there's all these red flags. There's this sense with your chart as I'm looking at it, Uranus being the ruler of your seventh house, that there's this kind of like the self ignoring and intuition ignoring that would have come with, younger years. That's done. You're wrapping that up. And so, like I said, it's not that you're single because there's been absolutely no one. It's you're single because the ones that there have been just aren't really a fit, and you've outgrown trying to make yourself a fit for things that are obviously not it. Now, going forward, I am seeing here your Uranus, the ruler of that seventh house, is sitting here in Sagittarius. As we move into the start of next year, Uranus will hit that 11th degree, or Jupiter will hit the 11th degree of Aries, harmoniously aspecting the ruler of your seventh house of committed partnership and the 11th degree of fire sign Sagittarius. When you get that harmonious aspect from the opportunity bringer, the expander, to the ruler of the seventh house, options become more plentiful. The right options become clearer. There's more really good options available, and the opportunity to find things that work for you start to open up. Whereas if you've been dating all this time with Saturn through the seventh house, you would have found that the options weren't right because you're not supposed to keep saying yes to things that aren't right for you with Saturn in the seventh. This was your lesson on learning how to prefer being single than being with people who just aren't right for you. This was the lesson. This was the time period for that lesson. When I'm looking here with, the way this is unfolding going forward, I'm seeing next year, like it looks like you get to have your pick of multiple different kinds of great options. And that may even start as early as this summer as Jupiter gets, as far as that 8th degree. So great stuff is coming for you. It was just a season where you needed to learn how to choose you more so than other people. Let's go ahead and get into your tarot pull, Jasmine. Hey, Katie, welcome. And hey, Visagi Sun. How you do this. There's a blue pinned comment at the top of the chat. It's 2525 for a single question, single chart reading. If you'd like to add a tarot pull to that, it's 3535 for the chart and tarot. Okay. There's a link for Venmo, and then there's a link for PayPal. You can make your payment via either one. If you'd like to get on the list, I am doing a reading now for Jasmine. I'm wrapping up her tarot pull. So you just witnessed me read her chart. Now I'm going to do tarot for her. And she paid $35.35. So that's how you do it. List is open. If you decide to get on it now, you would be next. You would be next. So let's go ahead and do Jasmine's tarot pull. Jasmine's sick of being single. Is a relationship on the horizon? What does she need to do to allow relationship in, to bring love in? Let's get some messages here for Jasmine. Messages for Jasmine. Messages here for Lady Jasmine. Messages here for Jasmine. There's too many cards. Let's try that again. There we go. Messages for Jasmine about her love life. Messages for Jasmine about her love life. Damn. All right. Okay, Jasmine. These all came out reversed. You probably even hate me for even delivering the message that I just delivered. Like, based on what I'm seeing here, there's probably like a little bit of like, but I knew that already. Why are you telling me this? This sucks. I hate being single. There's that kind of vibe going on with these cards that I just pulled as I'm feeling into them. You may know the cards, and I suspect you do, but I'm going to preface what I'm about to say is that the intuitive energy that's coming through as I'm looking at the cards is very specific to you. So I've got Queen of Cups reversed, High Priestess reversed, Ace of Swords reversed. Bottom of the deck, underpinning all of this, is Magician reversed. And two of these are major arcana. This is really telling me that there has been a struggle within you to accept and own that the process that you have been going through has been meant to ascend you to a higher level of love, a higher level, a higher caliber and quality of person in your world. It's meant to ascend you to a higher, a deeper understanding of what love is and what it can be. And this is really coming, like, there's an emptiness. The Queen of Cups in the Light Seer Tarot deck, you know, she's half in water, half out, and she's got a very empty cup sitting in front of her while she's trying to like look like meditate things into the cup. You know, normally the High Priestess talks about intuition, but this is really going in the direction of, instead of intuition, this is like kind of like trying to not see what you see. And Magician reverse, the interesting thing is that both counterparts are here. The high priestess is here, the magician is here. These two are divine counterparts, and the magician is underpinning the deck. But you may have a twin or a divine counterpart that you know. Actually, I'm picking up that maybe you haven't met them yet, but both you and this person have been manifesting love with more shadow energy than not, unfortunately. And this period of time, this 2 year, which is basically a timeout, which is what you've been on, this 2 year timeout that you've been on, its purpose has been to get you into realization that you have, first of all, you can include yourself more. Your cup doesn't have to be empty. You can include yourself more in your search for love, number one, and that this timeout had purpose. There were some lessons in this that you were really supposed to get and see. And I see that some of them have come through, but not all of them with the Ace of Swords reversed. That there's been some ways in which this period of time, Source has been kind of calling you out on certain things in your own mind that have been stopping you from having the love that you want. But there's been so much of a focus on manifesting it, just getting it to show up, that you're missing the reason why it's not here yet. You're missing the reason why it's not working. The visual my guides are giving me is that there's, when a car won't start, and instead of going around to look under the hood and figure out what the heck is going on in there, the person just keeps trying to turn the key in the ignition, turn the key, turn the key, turn the key. And the car is making that that stuttering sound, but the person is just not going to see what's wrong. It's like they're just going, come on, car, start. And so all of this is saying that the lesson is here. It's in front of you. It's just a matter of being willing to, kind of face it. And the minute you face it, the minute all of this turns upright, Queen of Cups becomes upright, High Priestess is upright, Ace of Swords is upright, Magician is upright. Like I said, both counterparts are here. I don't know if you've met your divine counterpart or not. Again, the sense I'm getting is not, and it may just be that if you have met them, they're just at a distance right now, given that these two didn't come out in the same spread. The Magician is bottom of the deck, High Priestess is in the spread. This is really talking about the kind of like, if you can bring your energy to just sink into, okay, this singlehood had some real purpose to it. Show me the purpose. What was the purpose? What was I supposed to learn from this? Boom. All of this shifts. All of this turns around, and love has an ability to come in. And I'm not surprised to see that. I mean, Saturn does bring some really challenging lessons to all of us whenever Saturn shows up. Jasmine. So, hang in there. Unfortunately, the Saturnian lessons can be challenging, but they're the kind that permanently up level us for the better. And once we learn them, we can never not know them. So, a bit of a hard set of messages there, but I am seeing the potential for high level love to come into your life and stick, especially as the lesson really integrates fully and you include yourself in the loving fully. I'm not sure what that means for you. We'd have to probably do a private reading so I can really sink into that for you. But there's some kind of way this spread was talking about with that particular Queen of Cups reverse, that you need to honor yourself in your connections. And until you honor yourself and your connections more, connections are a bit on a timeout for just, a short while. Okay. So you'll have to let me know how that resonates for you. Like I said at the beginning of that poll, It did kind of feel a little bit like you might want to kick me in the teeth. I hope not, for the messages that I got. I'm really hoping that you're, feeling you can cut me a little slack for delivering what I saw there. And take what resonates, but don't try to force anything to fit that did not resonate. Okay. That's just what it looked like from the vantage point at which I sit at, and I'm only one reader. Jolene, I have you on the list for two tarot plus astro, actually two astro questions. Thank you so much. Veronica, I have you on the list after for a tarot plus astro. Thank you both for your patience. Okay. Hey, Mystic Rose. Hey, SO. Great to have you here. Just make sure I've got everyone. And then I have Song after Veronica, with a astro only, which is great. Thank you. So that's our list. I've got 2 questions from Jolene. Then I'll do Veronica. Then I'll do Song. Jasmine, you have to let me know what of that, if any of it resonated for you. Okay. So Mystic Rose, I just shared the list. Song, Hangout. I've got several people who are right in front of you. So I'm going to need you to share that information when I call you. Let me hear from Jolene. I'm well, Jolene. Thank you so much for asking me. And V Saggy Sun, I have a feeling that you might be Veronica. So we'll do Jolene, then we'll do Veronica. Jolene, I have 2 astros for $25.25 a piece with your payment. If you would like to do the tarot with each one, you would need to add 2020 to your payment, if you would like to do tarot with it. Otherwise, we will do 2 astros for you. I just need you to place the birth details for me, so that I can get started. While we're waiting here for Jolene to paste the birth details so I can create a chart, I'm going to take a quick break. Oh, there she is. We're getting right started right away. I was just about to go grab something, but I will do that after we're done. Here we go, Miss Jolene. All right, Arizona. Phoenix. 6/4/1965. 5:44 a.m. All right. Just the astro is all good. We'll do 2 astros for you, beloved. All right. So first question is about the sale of my home. It's under contract. Congratulations. How will things play out? That's a good question. It's under contract now. Let's see. Home house is ruled by your son. How is the sun being aspected right now? Oh, interesting. Okay. I don't know what the issue is in the 3rd dimension that would have you questioning this, but I certainly see astrologically here, there seems to be some hiccups going on. With this Mercury retrograde on top of your sun being the ruler of your house of home, and Mercury, 2nd ruler here. Oof. Mercury getting a retrograde action there too. Ugh. Something looks like it needs to get redone. Now, I don't know if and there's something coming from the realm of things unknown, which means I can see that there's some level of, I don't know if the inspection process has been done. There's going to be some level of renegotiation that is about to go down on the house. Either the inspection process gets done and some things are discovered, and then the people who have made the offer come back to you and then they say, okay, we found X, Y, and Z. We want to, take X, A, B, and C off of our offer price. We'll fix these things. We'll take the house off of your hands, but we don't want to pay the price that we initially put in, the price pending. There could be that. The second thing that I'm seeing as a way that this could play out is they actually withdraw the offer completely. The home remains on sale, and then they come back and they're like, okay, actually, we do want to take this house. But by the time that they come back, here's the ha. By the time that they come back, you have a different offer. And there's some level of, I wouldn't say bidding war, but you get to choose like which offer you want to accept. But there's some level of like information not yet seen that comes to light that makes things come off the table, only for things to come back on the table later. So in the simplest way that this could play out, I'm just seeing that they withdraw the offer. It looks like you said here you declined the offer. They waived the appraisal and the repairs. For me, I passed. I've not reached out and I haven't heard from them. Okay. So all of that to say, they may take the offer off the table and then a new person comes along. Although it doesn't look like new, it looks like the same people coming back around talking some new stuff. That's how this kind of looks, Julene. So just expect this to be a little bit of a longer process, number one. Number two, there does appear to be some level of revisit. The other thing that really stands out to me is that during the Mars retrograde in December, Julene, I know you probably don't want this to drag out to December, but there's some level of revisit on the entire situation that comes back up. I don't know what could happen once the sale of the house is complete, and it is a seller's market. I can't imagine this dragging out beyond the next 45 to 60 days. But somehow, some way in December, something comes back up with the house that you're trying to sell literally right now for you to have to deal with then. My suspicion is that that happen. Oh, okay. Okay, I get it. There's a lag time between you getting out of this house and you getting into, kind of your dream space, Julene. That's what's going on there. And so it's like your dream space is almost maybe available now, and you kind of want to get into it now, but it looks like, yeah, I don't know. There's something funny about this. Either funny, is it funny about their money? No, not funny about their money. Yeah, so you may get some offers that just don't make any sense to you, where you're just, let me put it this way. If in fact you decide to hold on selling the house for some reason, maybe there's some repairs you decide to make, you're just not getting the offers that you want, you keep the house on sale, something happens in December where you get the money that you want for the house. It looks like more money, or your dream house becomes available. But this process that's going on right now I'm sorry, it's not smooth. It looks like there's a bit of back and forth with the Mercury retrograde that doesn't quite get completely hemmed up until the Mars retrograde in December. And that could just be as simple as house sells now, you're in limbo. I don't know, living in the world of um like living with family or living with friends or Airbnb until December. And then in December, it's like all the money you need shows up, and then you can move and get into exactly where you want to be. So something about this drags on through December. That's what I have going on. Okay. Hopefully, when the close date comes, it's a seamless process, and it's just, you got to hang tight until your ideal spot comes along in December. Hopefully that's all it is, and not some rigmarole with the people who want to buy the house. But unfortunately, looks like some rigmarole with the people who want to buy the house, Julene. I'm sorry to say. Let me look for your second question here, counterpart. Let's edit the birth details here. So just set yourself mentally for that. It won't be your fault, but there's some level of like contract renegotiation after some information shows up for maybe you or the other people, some level of conversational revisit. I see the birth date here for the counterpart, but I don't see the birth location. So if you could please post that, that would be great, Jolene. 1970. No birth date or birth time, just March 26, 70. Oh, 11:18 p.m. Okay. All right. Norfolk, Nebraska, not Virginia. My bad. Let me fix that. Okay. There we go. Norfolk, Nebraska, 11:18 p.m. March 26, 70. So it ended in December of 2021. I'm trying to remember December of 2020. Maybe you mean December of 2020. And then he came back in September of 2021 through February of 2022. He said he couldn't let you go. So he offered me a relationship structure and it didn't work for me. So I passed. I've not reached out and I haven't heard from him. Got it. What's the question about this, Jolene? Are you wondering if he's going to revisit this? Are you wondering why he offered you what he offered you? What are you wondering? You want to know why he is the way he is? Like, what's the question? Yes, revisit. I know why he offered it, I think. Okay, got it. Yeah, I mean, there's a potential for it in his chart. I see again, it would be that December timeline when Mars retrogrades in his seventh house of committed partnership. I see there might be some level of motivation to revisit. But what's interesting is I don't know that the revisit that you're going to get is going to be any kind of committed anything. Mars is going to aspect Venus. It's going to start small. And so the thing to understand is the way all of us get into relationships Here we go, is through our fifth house. Fifth house is where we date. Sixth house is where a person becomes a part of our day-to-day world. And seventh house is where commitment happens. Eighth house is the alchemy of where two people become one. When I'm looking at this for you, his chart has the Aries fifth house, that's the romance and dating, the Taurus sixth house, that's the day-to-day life, and it's the Gemini seventh house, that's where the commitment happens. With the ruler of the seventh inside of the fifth, Venus being in the dating house, the way he's going to make commitment is going to feel a lot like dating to you. For you, or for him, it's going like it just looks a lot like the getting his toes in the water, but he's actually ramping up to a lot more. But he has to start with house 5 in order to get to 7. There is no way for him to get into the commitment without a little bit of like, having it be actually pretty non-committal at first, with the ruler of the 7th and the 5th. Now, because it's a Mars retrograde, this doesn't look like a commitment transit. Let me get into it. Okay. It is a Mars retrograde. Yeah, it does not look like a full-on commitment transit yet. And so what I see is that what you're going to get from him is communication. And as long as you do not have an all or nothing approach to this, this has the capacity to really, in time, get to a place where it can really land in commitment for you and for him. But for him, he'll revisit this, but it's going to have to go slow, much slower. I get that the two of you have history, you know who each other is and isn't. This looks like the kind of thing where he may come back. Gemini is like soul family, and what he may offer you is friendship, because that may be what he can maintain without losing you, until he's in a place where he can do more than that. If you've got an all or nothing kind of like orientation to this, as soon as Mars retrograde is complete, it looks like he then moves on and you guys go back into silence. If you're willing to be like, okay, yeah, we can be friends, if friendship is what's on offer, but there can't be, you and me flirting, talking about sex, having sex once in a while. That can't be how this goes. If we're friends, we're fucking friends. And that's what it is. But there's no you and me driving in both lanes. That's dangerous to you. That's dangerous to me. It's dangerous to oncoming traffic. So if you can handle just being friends, it looks like it would go slow and eventually arrive at some level of full on commitment. But it does look like he shows back up in December in a flirtatious manner. It does look like not only does he show up in a flirtatious manner, but it's like getting his toes wet, seeing what happens. You might have to lay the groundwork for, this is how I can do this. We can be friends or we can be more than friends, but we can't be both. Like we can't be, friends with benefits, that kind of thing. I just don't want to be one of two. He told me he couldn't let go of either of us. That just didn't work for me. And that's a common thing for the Gemini 7th house person. I see him trying to get himself to working in the light with the Gemini 7th house. In the 7th house of commitment, when you have a sign that represents 2 on a commitment house, then what you get is a person who would normally triangulate. That's very common for people with the Gemini 7th house, is triangulation. In the shadow, it's a lot of secrets. But in the light, it's a person who could potentially do open relationship quite well, because they are very capable of significant and copious amounts of communication. I see him trying to work himself toward the light. If he told you that there's two people, you're aware there's, you and somebody else, and those two people, are both aware of one another, that whole thing, Jolene. I get if that's just not your jam, that's fine. You don't have to be in an open relationship, but this is him trying to work with his shadow aspects in the light. So kudos to him for not being a complete liar about it, or keeping it secret, or trying to make it so like play you both off of one another. That's great. Veronica, it's your turn. If you could paste your question, that would be ideal now, Veronica. Yeah, so good for him for not, trying to, be a total player about it. But at the same time, if a triangle or like an open relationship just doesn't work for you, then it doesn't work for you. And you have every right to say that doesn't work for me. That's fine. There's no harm, no foul in saying, I don't want to be in an open relationship. I get that that's what you want. That's just not what I want. So, yeah. It does look like a boomerang shows up though, with the Mars retrograde at the holiday season. And it does look like, he dips his toe in to kind of just see where you're at. He tests the waters. Doesn't look like commitment energy, not yet anyway. But like I said, if you're down to let it go slow and you're really down to guide it, like, look, we can be friends or we can be, we can be not that. Like, you tell me. We can be more than friends. As long as you're cool with that. I thought I typed this in. It's your turn. Please paste your cue. Maybe I typed it in my brain. As long as you're cool with kind of like having some good parameters around it, that would be great. So you can kind of guide it. That's good. That's good you were honest. Like, I'm not interested in, that kind of thing. The only time I've ever really seen the people who have the Gemini 7th house can do open relationships well. The people who have the Aries 7th house can tolerate it well. And the people who have the Aquarius 7th house almost kind of need it, or some other such non-traditional orientation to relationship. I don't remember what your 7th house is, Julene, but like I said, the Aquarius, the Aries, and the Gemini 7th house can all do open relationships very, very well. If in fact they decide to do it, doesn't mean you have to. Not everyone who has that placement does it. A lot of them have other placements that really prefer, something more traditional and committed, or not committed, but more traditional in its configuration. Yeah, I mean, the Sag 7th house is maybe the batch of people who can do it second well. It's just kind of like a truth thing for them. It's like, as long as everyone's honest, like completely like upfront, and we're all, being, upright to one another and upstanding with one another, then cool. But it's not the best placement for open relationship, no. So, Presque Isle, Maine. And 11/23/1976, 6:31 p.m. So you'll have to let me know kind of what happens and how it all plays out with the house and the man. I'm okay with freedom in relationships, but not sharing sexual partners. Yeah, that's why I say it's like second best. Cancer is kind of second best to, from a compassion standpoint, like the Cancer seventh house can really, like, okay, if that's what you need, I can find a way to get comfortable with that as long as I'm getting what I need to. But not other than the Aries seventh house, the Aquarius, and the Gemini seventh house, it just doesn't really work for a lot of the other members of the zodiac. Not the way they feel like, not the way those three need it and can work with it. Okay, let me go ahead and hit the timer here for our beloved Veronica. Her question is, oh, wait, Veronica, I don't have your question. What's your question, Veronica? I have your chart up. Let me get your cue. I totally get that, Julene. And he just, as he comes to know himself, what you need may not be something he can provide. And that's okay. Sometimes it's just we're different in what we can provide and what we need. Okay. I've been going through a rude awakening since, let's get this timer reset. Rude awakening since August of 2017. Fascinating. What do you have in Leo? And that's your seventh house placement. Okay, got it. And I haven't spoken to my counterpart since, okay, November of 2020. Everything was on track for us to reconnect in April, but something interjected. Interesting. Okay. So what's the status now? What's your question, Veronica? After we do Veronica, I'm going to do Song and then Mystic Rose in that order. Song and Mystic Rose, please get your questions ready. I will be reading for you next. It would be good if you could be current in the chat. So if you happen to be on a delay, just close out of the video and then open it once more, and then you will be current. For anyone who's just joining, you can definitely get on the list. I've got both the Venmo and the PayPal options open. The way that you join the list is by making a payment of either $25.25 if you would just like me to read astrology for you. If you would like a tarot pull that goes with it, then that is $35.35. And you can make payment to either the PayPal link there or the Venmo link there. Okay, let's go ahead and see what Jolene says in closing. I'll let you know he's a magnet despite me disconnecting. He has grown quite a bit spiritually, but a lot of kicks in the ass for both of us. Yeah, I get it, Jolene. I totally get it. We're just waiting for Veronica's question and then we will proceed. Jasmine, you're very welcome. Hopefully the work call went smoothly and you're able to find your reading with ease here. Okay. Now anybody asks for help, no one has answers. What is your question, Veronica? Okay, got it. Let me go back and hear the situation. Something interjected. Okay. First of all, do you know what interjected? And are you? I already have a pretty significant intuitive hit about what's going on here, Veronica, but I'm trying to make sure I understand the question fully, Veronica, and what it is you need me to look at for you. Song, are you ready with your question? Because I might need to give Veronica some time to get to clarity here about what she needs to know and where things are at for her. If Song, if you're ready with your birth details and your question, we might go to you and then come back to Veronica. It also looks like she may have a delay in the chat. Okay. Why are Luca and Marco here? Maybe Luca is a catalyst. Marco may twin. When Luca's not around, Marco appears energetically, especially when I'm around spiritual people. Interesting. I don't know what to do or who's right for me. Got it. Okay. Veronica, we're going to come back to you. Take some time to think about what you need to know so that I can actually be in a position to help you. And we will return to dig in. All right. But take a minute. There's no rush. I'm not going anywhere, but I do need to kind of keep things moving so that other people can move on about their day, because I do have people patiently waiting here in the chat for their reading, and I need to kind of let them move forward with their day. Okay. Okay. So Song, this is a single chart. Is November 15th in Mobile and Alabama? No, that's Marco's birthday. Send me your birthday and I'll read for you. Okay. All right. So it looks like Is there union coming up for me in my chart, or how can you tell that in my chart? Okay, Veronica, thank you. So first of all, when it comes to counterparts, the first thing that I want to make sure that I say for you and for everyone is that union is an energy that comes and goes in seasons, regardless of, like it doesn't go away. It's like a season, and seasons always repeat cyclically. The second thing that I want to say is, can you have union with this person that's on your mind, Veronica? Absolutely. If in fact they choose it to. It's not the kind of thing where it's a guaranteed, it's a destiny. Especially as divine counterparts, when you get initiated by love, it really does expand and amplify your creatorship quotient, your capacity to manifest things when you've been activated by love. And when your creatorship quotient is expanded, you do in fact get the capacity to transcend your astrology with much more ease and much faster than people who are just kind of rotely living day to day without thinking through their choices and decisions. Those people are more on puppet strings. You're more acting in your divine creatorship with your divine spark, and then so too would your person. Okay. All of that to say, what we have going on here in your chart for the now time in terms of union and relationship and connection. Next year, I'm seeing Jupiter hit the ruler of your second house or seventh house harmoniously. When Jupiter hits the ruler of the seventh house harmoniously, seventh house is committed partnership. What we have going on is an opportunity for relationship to come and relationship to land. You have Saturn at this time moving through your ninth house of potential. And with Saturn in the ninth house of potential, you have the capacity to manifest potential. That ninth house is also the second marriage for people who've had multiple marriages in their lifetime. It's the marriage after the first one in any capacity. When you have Saturn moving through house 9 in this way, it does facilitate some ability to manifest your potential through hard work, effort, focus, and discipline. Saturn here, opposing your natal Saturn, has been revealing to you over the past 1 year in particular. I can't speak to what's happened before that without a full reading, but in the last 1 year in particular, you've been getting a lot of illumination about precisely what you need to change. Saturn has been in the 8th house as it has opposed the ruler of your 7th house. You've been getting illumination about exactly what you have to change in order for you to be able to have relationship manifest in your world. 8th house is letting go. There's some things you've had to let go of in order for relationship to manifest. And Saturn would have brought illumination, and it also would have said, this is going to take work. Here's the work you have to do. With Jupiter now moving toward a harmonious aspect next year, with the ruler of your 7th house and Saturn in the 9th house, this is showing me that work and effort applied now to facilitate clarity about what needs to happen for relationship to unfold is something that is available. I'm also seeing with Pluto moving out of your 7th house and into your 8th house, Pluto being endings, the transformer, the bringer of the resurrection cycle. This is telling me that you've been in a Plutonian cycle in your 7th house of committed partnership since 2008. That ends next year. With Pluto moving out of your 7th house of committed partnership, it is more likely for committed partnership to land, to unfold. And Uranus hitting your natal Jupiter here is going to bring forward some level of divine counterpartship, whether it is with the person on your mind or not. What there is to do at this time, I'm seeing there's some level of education, classes, mentorship, growth, learning, psychotherapy, getting clear about the way your thoughts are impacting what you're manifesting with Saturn on the 3rd house, 9th house axis. That's the work at this time. The work at this time is also facilitating some breakthroughs in the world of career and money for you. Without those breakthroughs, they're the foundation you need when the relationship transit comes in will be unshaky, and then unfortunately will undermine your ability to have the relationship happen. Like I said, I can't dig into the past in a 4-minute mini reading, but if you would like a fuller understanding of the way this whole thing is played out, you want to share your story so I can look at their chart and your chart, I can look at what that interference may have been on his side, what happened, and how things can unfold from here. You would need to do a private reading for that. You can book those over at K Moon Astro. My dear moderator Kylie has been wonderfully pasting that link there in the chat. Veronica, let's get you some tarot. See what's going on here. Veronica would like to have divine counterpart union in her world. What does she need to do? What's her step right now for divine counterpart union in her world? What does she need to do? Could be with this person, could be with a different divine counterpart energy. What is Veronica's next step? What is Veronica's next step? Without really hearing in 4 minutes just your chart, I can't get into specifics about what's going on that person's side, if they're ready, why they may have disconnected. I can certainly have a look in a private reading, Veronica. Okay. And specifically a twin reading so I can see their chart. What is Veronica's next step toward union? What is her next step? What is her next step towards some sort of union with a divine counterpart here? Okay. All right. This is really nice energy, but let me try and understand it. That's the one energy I don't understand. Why is that one here? Oh, I get it. Okay. So this is telling me I've got Moon reverse, 3 of Cups reverse, Hangman. And it didn't Hangman reversed. Moon reverse, 3 of Cups upright, Hangman reverse. And at the bottom of the deck, really upholding the reading, is the Queen of Cups upright. This is interesting because what this is talking about, Veronica, is that, and I didn't understand it until I looked back at your chart to see the ruler of your 7th house was Saturn. And the ruler of the 7th house sits in the 2nd house. 2nd house is self-esteem. This is the combination of these cards from the Light Seers Tarot deck is telling me that you've been trying to figure this out, which you said in the chat, you've been trying to figure this out, but the way you've been trying to figure this out is actually, you've been hard on yourself, as if you've somehow done something wrong. And I'm seeing that you've got the growth, that you figured out the lessons, like you're in it, like you have learned what there is to learn. At the moment, there's nothing for you to do other than be present with the fact that there's some things that are out of your control, number one, but there's also really lovely people around you with this 3 of Cups card that want to uplift you, that want to support you, that want to help you move through this by feeling and being whole in the process. Bottom of the deck, this Queen of Cups card, again, there's something about this particular card in this deck that really reminds me of that 2nd house. around filling up your own cup. There's some real messages here that you need to take a moment at this time, your current step towards some kind of divine counterpart union, your now time step is about letting go of the lessons, letting go of the things that you don't understand, letting go of the learning and the, poking and probing and prodding at yourself, and instead getting into the energy of filling your own cup, finding your way to be happy in this moment, despite the pain, despite the challenges, despite the mystery of it all. This is really talking about getting out of the energy of I must have done something wrong and I will stay in the class until I get it right. And getting into the energy of I've learned what I could. The rest is in the hands of the divine. And for right now, I just need to get to a place where my cup is full so that if, when someone comes in order to be able to facilitate a soulmate, twin flame, divine counterpart connection, I'm not utilizing the energy of the connection to make up for the way I have raked myself over the coals. You need to come out of being hard on yourself for this and move into being nice to yourself. I don't know when the last time or any time you may have apologized to yourself for all you've been through and just looked yourself in the mirror, sat with yourself, held your own hand, stroked your own hair, and just said, I'm so sorry for everything you've been through and for how hard it's been. I'm so sorry. It's hurt so much. If I could have spared you this pain, I would have. If you can start to say that to yourself and be kind to yourself about this, that is the current step, is to fill up your own cup. To acknowledge, the pain that you've been through wasn't something you personally deserved. That's the current step. All right. I have no idea if there will or won't be contact, Veronica, between this year and next year. I would need to see what's going on in his chart. Like I said, if you want to book a private reading, we can unpack as much of it as you'd like in a half hour or a full hour. You can book that over at K Moon Astro. But in what we can do in a mini reading, contact, no contact, I don't know. Veronica, actually now we're gonna go to song. Okay. Yeah, there's no way for me to really know for sure, Veronica, without getting into a fuller reading. What I would say, Veronica, it sounds like you might be heavy in the midst of what my guides have called the twin flame purification process. I don't know if you've seen that video on my YouTube channel. My strong recommendation would be to have a listen. That purification process, it's a lengthy process, but it has a lot of purpose to it. And inside of it, there's a lot of illumination about what's going on for you in the connection at this point in time. So if you haven't listened to it, I recommend having a listen. And if you have listened to it, based on what I just saw in your tarot pull, some healings from Lana would probably be very, very helpful for you in working with this energy that is requiring you to become gentler to yourself while you are moving through the purification process. Alabama Mobile 7/15 1971 10:47 p.m. Okay. Jasmine, I'm glad that the messages hit for you. They were harder messages to have to say to someone, but I'm glad that the resonance was there for you. Okay, my dear Song, let's get into it with your reading. Hopefully some of the things that I'm sharing with you, Veronica, have resonated and have given you a little bit of illumination about what there is for you to do specifically at this moment to facilitate union energy for yourself. Okay. All right, Song, it is your turn. Why are Luca and Marco here? Luca catalyst, Marco twin. When Luca isn't here, Marco appears. When around spiritual people, I don't know what to do. Who's right for me? Got it. What's interesting about this, and I don't know if you were here when I was talking about people who really can do love triangles or have like two partners really well. You're one of these people. You're one of these people who in your natal chart is built for something that has its own rules, that is not, just straight up traditional. With the Aquarius 7th house, you're one of these people that, it doesn't have to be a love triangle per se. It can be open relationships. It could be not just some form of poly, but maybe some form of kink. It could be some form of like deep spiritual connection with more than one person at a time, which it sounds like you have going on here, Song. For you, when there's, and I'm not surprised either, because the ancient ruler of the 7th house of committed partnership, the ancient ruler of 7th house of committed partnership is Saturn. Saturn sits in the sign of duality. That's Gemini. Modern ruler sits in Libra. Wow, can't make this stuff up. In the house of soul family. This is really talking for you when I'm looking at this. Let me pull the current transit so that I can get a sense. And let me clear the annotations. Okay. When I am looking at this for you, what there is happening right now in your world with the Mercury retrograde on top of your Saturn, this whole year, and then the Mars retrograde right here in the same place in December, this whole year is really about you getting to a place of understanding who you are, and both of these people providing a bit of a mirror for you. A mirror in terms of what you need, a mirror in terms of who you are, a mirror in terms of how your boundaries work. Because with Saturn retrograde in the natal chart, this is a person who can sometimes struggle to have boundaries. And then Saturn is also moving through your 7th house. The 7th house transit of Saturn talks about boundaries. It talks about integrity and wholeness. There's two people here helping facilitate this lesson. Isn't about who you choose. It's not about one being better than the other. It's not about them at all. This is really, especially because Saturn is square your sun, which is about you, your essence, your personality. Last year, Saturn was square your moon, which was about your needs. This is all about you and how you conduct your life and your love life and what it is you need and who it is you are, and getting to a place of allowing these mirrors to reveal to you your truth. Why would you have a hard time seeing it without two people roaming around your 7th house? Let me see how you're built. Oh, because you have so much fixed energy. Okay, got it. And then what's the situation with Mercury and Neptune, Neptune and Moon, Neptune and Sun? Yeah. The Neptunian energy, its placement in your chart can make it a little tricky sometimes to see your own truth and honor it. And so these two people, I mean, I get how triggering and deeply felt both of their energies might be. But I'm going to implore you to consider that this has nothing to do with them as much as it has to do with you, Song. There is a real need for you to investigate your boundaries. Oh, you didn't get a tarot pull. Investigate your needs, investigate your desires, investigate how you in fact are very different than what the traditional model of relationship says you ought to be and what you can have. These traditional models don't really serve you. And there's a different model that will serve you, that you are meant to manifest. And these two men are mirroring back to you the dynamism of who you are. That there's all of them encompassed in your one body is really starting to show you the truth of, if all of you can exist in one body, perhaps there is a singular partner who could exist for you, or there's a relationship configuration that could exist for you that allows you to feel truly met. And that's the mirroring you're being asked to look into here. Like I said, it has very little to do with them. It's more about facilitating change for you. All right. I believe on the list next we have Mystic Rose. It's your turn, beloved. And then we have Casa Rustica after that. Okay. So Mystic Rose, you have to let me know how that resonates for you, Song. Might take a little sinking in to figure out how to bring all the parts of you together as a whole, but certainly they are all there. And for anyone who wants to dig deeper, you can certainly do that with a private reading. I do have one 30-minute reading available this coming Thursday. The next set of readings are available the following Tuesday. I have two 30-minute readings available then as well. But if you want a 1 hour, that would be next Thursday or the following week, the week of the 14th. Exciting to chat with all of you. Thank you so much. And we'll look for Casa Rustica next. Okay, cool. Cool. All right, let me double check the payment apps, just refresh, get some water. All right. Very nice. And come back to the chat. Awesome. Song says, yes, it resonates. Very good. Happy to hear it. All right. Mystic Rose, December 12th or December 2nd, 1975. No birth time, Finland. Helsinki. Okay. Thank you, Kay. I'm looking for the purification video. Cool. Yeah, you can just put in your search box, K Moon purification process, and it'll pop up. Okay. But have a listen to that. It'll help you understand a bit more about what you're dealing with. Question about my twin. It's up to you, Song. If you want to do the tarot, you can do it. It's up to you. If you want to pay 1010, I can do the pull for you. If you feel like you need additional information about why these two are showing up in the way they do, if you need additional illumination, you can do the tarot. Up to you. Let me move on to Mystic Rose for now. Since I didn't get to ask about him before, how are the heavens looking for him in life, career, life in general now? How is this new moon in Gemini affecting him and our connection? Okay, let's go to the new moon in Gemini in a couple of days here, 5:30. Interesting. Ooh, okay. Let me share screen. I forgot to share screen. After I do Mystic Rose, it'll be Casa Rustica. So Casa Rustica, get ready. And then if you're listening and you would like to join the list, you absolutely can. The way to get on the list is pinned above. I just repasted it in the chat. It's $25.25 for an astro reading. If you'd like to add a tarot pull to that, it is $35.35 total for both. And you can pay via Venmo or PayPal, up to you. List is pretty short. I'm reading for Mystic Rose now, then I'll do Casa Rustica, and then it'll be your turn. Okay, so let's go ahead and see Mystic Rose. When I look at your counterpart, there's some interesting energy. This new moon in Gemini is bringing a new beginning energy to his 7th house of committed partnership. I'm also seeing that this particular Mercury retrograde touched it. And then I also see here that the Mars retrograde will touch it again in December. All of this takes place opposite his Sun, Mercury, Neptune conjunction there. Your person is in a process of viewing relationships in a brand new place, brand new way, brand new state. It's a beautiful energy. I'm seeing the nodal, inverse nodal return happening here too, popping some information out from past lives, going to, ooh, this Uranus conjunct the North Node. He's getting some interesting information about things he needs to surrender to and truth in his relationship world. It's fascinating and beautiful. Big changes for your person. Also with that 29-degree Scorpio moon that's been activated by these eclipses, lots of lessons from past lives coming out now for resolution in the current timeline, illumination from past lives coming forward to help him and assist in the current timeline. It's really good growth energy, very positive growth energy. I'm not really sure if you guys are in communication or not, and I can't see whether or not it would happen, but what I do see, this looks, there's a little bit of like separation energy in the chart, if I'm being honest. But if you guys are in communication, that's fabulous. That would be wonderful if there's at least some form of communication there. What I'm loving seeing here is that there's this, it's a growth period where specifically in the world of relationship and emotional truth and congruency, all of this is coming forward for him at this time. Now, I don't know if your person's dealing with somebody else either. We've had a lot of the non-traditional 7th house energy where people have, you know, another person in the mix, or there's two going on. This is really talking about getting to a place of illumination about how to utilize their seventh house energy at its higher octave. That seventh house energy in a way that brings forward tons of communication and clarity and curiosity and openness, as opposed to kind of utilizing the Gemini energy to hide, by kind of being around one person so you don't have to deal with yourself, and then being around the other person so you don't have to deal with the first person, and then repeating a loop. There's a bit of like an evolution beyond that going on here for him, Mystic Rose. So beautiful energy. I'm happy to see, you know, so much growth energy for a person in the world of relationship. It's great. It's great stuff. I really, really love to see it for you, Mystic Rose. So, and for your person there. So you have to let me know. This is no communication in the 3D, lots in the 5D, and you're mirroring each other. Good. So I'm glad you're getting that the lessons are, they're applying to you, and you're seeing them. Casa Rustica, it's your turn. Please paste your cue and your details. Amazing. All right, Casa Rustica, we're going to read for you. You have to let me know how all that resonates, but there's new beginning energy in his space for sure. And it's really a matter of just allowing the energy to do its work, because I do see there's a lot that he needs to really, there's a surrender transit going on for him and some truths that need to get faced in this. So awesome. All right, Paula, I think you're Casa Rustica. Are you Casa Rustica? Can you confirm? Okay, Katie, I have you on the list as well. Paula, are you Casa Rustica? Thanks, Kylie. And I am Casa Rustica. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Let's share a screen. Okay. And we've got Peru, Lima, and we've got March 21st, 1989, and we've got 9:00 p.m. Great. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, Paula says, my love life has been extremely dry for years. Interesting. Oh, okay. Since I went different ways from my divine counterpart, it's been hard to consider dating. But this year I felt ready and have been doing deep digging to look at what might be blocking relationship through therapy. I've been traveling a lot and been more active in dating apps, but nothing. Yeah. So it's kind of the season. Why does it feel like it's not easy for me to even find dates? Does your Grand Cross include your Venus, Moon, Chiron, Sun, and Uranus? Moon, Chiron, Sun, Uranus. Interesting. See the transits. How many years, Paula, has it been? Let me put it this way, because Paula, I was just explaining this to somebody before you, that there are the years of the twin flame purification process, and dating during that time is nigh impossible. It's just, you're just not open to it. Once the purification process completes, though, you're not doing as much purging. There's not as much, it doesn't feel like a betrayal or like you're cheating on your person in order to be with somebody else anymore. When did that part stop for you? That's what I need to know, Paula. When did it stop feeling like a betrayal to entertain other people? When did it stop feeling like you were doing all of the heavy duty purging through the purification process and learning unconditional love? When did that end? What year, what month was it? And if you're still going through it, that's fine. That would explain why you're having the experience you're having. But my suspicion is that you've been through it and you're just this year. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. If it's just starting this year, this is why you're not finding anyone. Like, you just started. It's been a while. I get it. I totally get it, Paula. So a lot of what there has been kind of an upending or an uprooting of getting to a place where love can land, because your definition of love has been so dramatically changing. What is love experientially, consciously, energetically? It shifts once you meet your counterpart. And that purification process sets you aside, it consecrates you, so that there, in that energy, it's almost like temple energy. You're not supposed to be dating other people, sleeping with other people, being with other people, because there's such a deep reconstruction of your understanding of love during that period of time. And if it literally just stopped this year, and we're only 6 months into 2022, we haven't even really, even though you've been trying before, it's been wrong timing energetically. And so what you have going on now, that Jupiter is hitting your sun, Jupiter is hit your natal Venus, and Uranus at some point coming soon is going to hit your 7th house of committed partnership. It does look like a bit of a planetary release from the process begins to happen. It looks like a bit of a vibrational and energetic release from the process opens up, so that love can start to come in. But honestly, you're only 6 months into it. I understand that for you, you've been dating, you've been doing therapy. It feels like you've been doing a lot of work, and it's been years and there's been no one. If we really are honest about your openness, it's been 6 months and there's been no one, not years. And so if we are honoring the fact that this process is a necessary part of the purification process and what goes on in the purification process, and that you can't skip that part, some of it's just been timing. And what I'm seeing now, ironically, it's like you're asking right now and it's happening right now, is the tide turning. I'm seeing new energy as the eclipses hit your 7th house, 1st house axis. There's just a new way for relationships to begin to unfold for you. There's something coming in, a new chapter opening up in the world of relationship for you, Casa Rustica. Let's get you your messages from the tarot. Pulling some messages for Casa Rustica. She would like to be open to love in the way that love is ready to manifest for her. She wants real love, something that's congruent with the lessons she has learned in the last 6 years about unconditional love and what love really is. What are the messages? What does she need to know about how that can land? Show us some messages for Casa Rustica about how love lands. What does she need to know about the timing of love, about love showing up for her right now, about what she can do in order to experience the true nature of love? What is it that she can do to experience the true nature of love at this time? What's her message? Right on. I love this. 5 of Swords reversed, 3 of Cups upright, the Sun upright, bottom of the deck, 3 of Swords. Wow. From pain comes pleasure. From loss comes life. 5 of Swords reverse is talking about coming out of that period of time where you're racking your brain trying to figure it out. But I think the 3 of Cups upright and the Sun upright are pretty self-explanatory. There's a real need at this time to focus on pleasure, focus on what feels good, focus on what's fulfilling for you, what makes you happy. The release that you have received this year from that heavy duty purging, from that period of time where what you are needing to do is, be in the depths of restructuring your definition of love and your orientation to life as a result of it, your understanding of it. This 3 of Cups Sun upright is telling me, 5 of Swords reverse is telling me that you have done it, that you've restructured it. And so now it's about getting back into the flow of life, getting back into the basics. 3 of Cups upright, Sun upright. These are basics around happiness. Eating foods that feel good, wearing clothes that feel good, meeting with friends, going to restaurants that feel good. In other words, coming back to some sense of normalcy, especially post-pandemic years, even though we're still in the middle of a pandemic, but coming back to finding your definition of a new normal when it comes to happiness. If you like to paint, then painting. The things that made you happy before won't necessarily be the things that make you happy now, I'm getting as I'm looking at this. But there's some new things that are going to feel good, bring pleasure, allow you to feel alive again. And so this is talking about the need to come out of the temple, come out of the learning hut, come out of the walkabout period of your life and rejoin the human race, get into a vibration and a frequency of just, dancing with life again, feeling good again. That 3 of Swords at the bottom of the deck is letting me know that, the pain, you will never forget the way this pain has changed you. The separation from your counterpart pain, that you're permanently different, permanently. And simultaneously, that permanent difference that's going on here, you've learned what there was to learn from it, gleaned what there is to glean from it. And yeah, you'll still have moments in time where it just doesn't, you'll need to nurse the wound. You'll still have these evenings where you cry. You'll still have moments when you're sad, right? And simultaneously, happiness has entered the chat. It's okay to feel good again. And you're going to feel better than you've been able to feel. You have more access to higher octave vibration of sensation and feeling than you've had in a long time as these transits hit. So all of that to say, time to rejoin the living. And trust that the planets are doing their best for you. You've learned what there was to learn, but it's time to dance again. Paula says, thank you. Yes, I've been getting back to my joyful self, but truly happy after many years of having a hard time really getting there. Yeah, you will, but this interestingly enough, in this deck, that 3 of Cups upright and that Sun upright, all the people in those cards are outside. And so there was a little bit of a vibration of needing to be around other people again. Getting around life again. So Katie D, it's your turn. Please paste your question and birth details. We'll take Katie D. And then Kylie, if you would like to ask a question, it will be your turn after I do Miss Katie D here. And for anyone who's just joining, the list is indeed open. Let me just quickly post in my oh, it doesn't want to play. I see. Oh, no, it's going. Okay. I just need to post over on the main YouTube channel that I'm live. So let me do that. Come on, more channel. So if you would like to jump on the list, you definitely can. Okay, there we go. I have posted, very nice. Let me come back to this channel to work with you guys. And we will open up Katie's chart and read for Katie. Here we go. And for anyone that's just joining, this is how you get on the list. It is a one question, one chart mini reading where for $25.25 USD, I will read one chart for you and one question. It can be pretty in depth. And if you want for me to add tarot to it, it's a total of $35.35 USD. Payment can be made via PayPal or Venmo. The links are available there. And right now I'm reading for Katie. After I finish for Katie, I'm going to read for Kylie. And then as soon as I'm done with Kylie, it would be your turn. If you'd like to jump on the list, 8:17 a.m. All right, Katie, thank you so much. So Katie has asked, what can I expect in my relationship, specifically now that I have become more aware of Saturn's lessons through this transit and my shadows through the past eclipse? Good question. What can I expect in my relationship? Okay, so I imagine you are in a relationship right now, Katie. Katie, are you the one with Colleen? I'm trying to like place the information that I have banging around in my head for my clients. Are you the one with Colleen? Let me know. I love your wizard, Kylie. That is awesome. I noticed you used it earlier, but it's great. Okay, it's funny because I did watch last night. I think I watched early in the evening or afternoon. I watched one of the Harry Potter things, the Fantastic Beasts series. It's very cute. Okay, yeah, no, I don't really know which the yeah and the no is for, but okay, what you can expect in relationship, interestingly enough. Mercury is the ruler of that house. Okay, so there's more to come, ... There is more to come in the world of the eclipses in the fall. In the fall, there's going to be some Saturn square moon and sun. We did a reading a few weeks ago. Oh, Katie, I have read for so many people since then. I have no idea who you are, like what your situation is. I wish I could keep it all in my head, but I can't without going completely crazy. Okay. No to Colleen. Okay, it's a different person. Thank you. All right, more to come with the eclipses this year in the fall, and next year we have more on the Scorpio Taurus eclipse cycle. More to come in the world of what you're manifesting and clarity about it, and in the world of relationship. Let's just put it this way. The other shoe hasn't all the way dropped for you yet, given that Mercury here is the ruler of your seventh house of committed partnership, and Mercury will get activated by more eclipse things coming up. What this is telling me is that all of the changes that are going to happen in your relationship sector haven't happened yet. And so because of this, this is a moment of integration, which is great. Integration is helpful. It's needed. We can't have all the changes happen all at once. There's going to be more change through the fall cycle, especially because of the Mars retrograde going back and forth over your seventh house of committed partnership. The lessons may have come in, the illumination about what you need to learn, but the circumstances via which to practice the lessons haven't all the way played out. In other words, when you're in med school, in undergrad, you have like classes that are in a classroom, and then sometimes you have classes that are in a laboratory. The laboratory, the field lessons, they haven't all the way happened yet. The classroom lessons, yes, but there's going to be some circumstances that arise around the winter season that bring forward some, oh, okay, this is what it means to really live this lesson. And my suspicion is that there's something to do for you with the relationship between the way your relationships are manifesting and playing out and your own behavior that is yet fully unknown to you, that there's a linkage. Mars is our actions and behaviors, and it's the Mars retrograde that will be taking place inside of your 11th house. So there will be an ability to review your behaviors and actions with a view to how those behaviors are directly creating the results you see before your eyes in your relationship sector. And if you don't like your results, you can always change your inputs. And that's what this lesson is bringing forward. If you don't like the results, change your inputs. Mars being the ruler of Scorpio, in the 11th house of wish fulfillment, that is where Mercury, your relationship house ruler, sits. And with Mercury sitting with Pluto, you have a very powerful ability to manifest your relationships in exactly the way you want them. You can't control other people, but you can get what you want in the world of relationship. It may not be with the person you want, but you can get exactly what you want. Both the feeling and the behaviors and the kind of relationship, the quality of communication and connection, all of that is possible. You can't control whether or not a certain person gives it to you, but can you have it all based on the way your chart is configured? Yeah, absolutely. But for you, there's a bit of being a magician with this that you're being asked to take ownership and responsibility of in your world, that your results are a direct reflection of your behaviors and your actions. And so in your case, this whole thing has been trying to get you, the eclipse cycle, Mercury retrograde, coming Mars retrograde. This has been trying to get you to be really accountable for your manifestations, because this eclipse cycle is happening on your axis of manifestation, but deeply impacting your relationship house. And so where you are dissatisfied, where you are unfulfilled. There is a wake-up call here from the universe that, hey, maybe some of this is me. Maybe part of why I'm unfulfilled is because of the way I'm showing up, or because of what I'm allowing to take place, or because of what I'm not showing up and giving. Maybe, this circumstance, relationship wise, is a bit of a reflection for me of what I can shift so that I can get different results. So that's how this is looking over here. Miss Katie, I see you have the tarot, but let's get some additional insight and information. Let's dig a little deeper. What can I expect in my relationship? Okay, let's see. I don't know. Let's find out. Okay, Tarot, what do you want to say to Katie about what she can expect in her relationships? Specifically, her romantic relationship. I'm going to use the Light Seer Tarot for you, shuffling for Katie about her relationship. Shuffling for Katie about her relationship. Didn't you say you have a Saturn transit sun? Yeah, you have a Saturn square sun transit. So that's all about accountability. When Saturn squares your sun, there's major accountability that has to be taken for the results you're experiencing in your world. Okay, so here we go. Saturn. First card out. What does she need to know in the world of relationship? What's coming next? What she needs to know? What can she expect in her relationships? What can she expect in her relationships? One card, please. What can she expect? That is like 20. What can Katie expect in a relationship? Oh, is that it? Or is there a different deck? Okay, got it. They're saying that's it. Okay, so the three cards that came out were Ace of Pentacles upright, Two of Swords reversed, Queen of Wands reversed, bottom of the deck, Ace of Swords upright. With the Ace of Swords underpinning this reading, this is really talking about you have gotten a lot of illumination that has led to some new results with the Ace of Pentacles in the third dimension upright. Pentacles talk about that third dimension. The Ace of Swords, the Ace of Swords upright is telling me that you've been doing some deep inner work here. You've gotten out of confusion, Two of Swords reversed. You've let go of not wanting to see the truth. I do think that some of the things that you've had to see and some of the things you've had to look at have been unsettling to you with this Queen of Wands reversed. The things that you have had occasion to notice through the experiences you've been having are, they've been uncomfortable, but these uncomfortable truths they're growing you, they're expanding you, they're forcing you to move into a more evolved version of yourself. There is new beginning energy here. I've got two aces, Ace of Swords underpinning and Ace of Pentacles. Swords, thoughts, Pentacles, third dimension. New thoughts are leading to new dimensions, new experiences for you. There is new beginning energy here, but it's a matter of allowing, like continuing to move forward, facing the discomfort. Like I said, this looks like some real uncomfortable truths, Two of Swords and Queen of Wands reversed, but facing them, even though it's been unsettling for you, it's precisely what was needed to get to new ground in your relationship is what this is telling me. It's also telling me that you're still in the middle of the cycle. It's the new beginning has started, but it's not all the way it's not underway to such a degree that it's comfortable yet. So there's a need to kind of keep going. There's a need to keep, there's more uncomfortable things to face, unfortunately. Um, and that's okay. You can do it. I mean, if you've been doing it this far, you'll get there. But in facing those things, I think you kind of come out of any illusions. In the shadow energy, that Queen of Wands reversed can be a little delusional about, you know, how powerful and efficacious she is in her world. She can have a little bit of like, it's like a C-list actor trying to feeling like they're A-list because they were in one Hollywood movie. It's a little like that. It's the comparison that comes to mind that somebody told me about. I didn't hear about this. I mean, I didn't see it, but somebody told me about it recently, that somewhere during the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, Amber Heard compared herself to Gal Gadot, who played Wonder Woman. And she's had like so much career success since she had that role. And even before, Amber Heard was like, yeah, like my opportunity to be that was taken away from me through this. And it's just like, actually, you were never on that track. Never. That was just not your path. And so that Queen of Wands reverse is like a little bit of like, okay, time to get really honest with myself about the track I was actually on. Not to say that you're an Amber Heard, that's not it, but like coming into true power is what I was seeing by coming into truth. It's like that. Okay. And so that, you get a little breather for now, Katie, with the truth, more of it to come in the fall. And in the meantime, hang in there. Miss Kylie, it is your turn, beloved. It is your turn. So I'd love whatever question you have, let me know. Stretching and finessing for you. It's going to take a little bit of creativity to really work this for you in certain ways. But yeah, with Jupiter sitting on top of your sun, you'll get a call back for sure. I don't see this changing. Like I actually see you moving forward with it. It's a slow process. I'm not really sure why they're being slow about it, but I see it coming. I see you having to be creative. I see that the option, you'll have the option. If you want to take this on, you'll have the option to take it on. Now, what's interesting, something funny goes along with it. Kylie, when did you apply? When did you or have the interview? When was the last contact or interaction with them? What date was that? Was that recent or was that a couple months ago? Because I'm also seeing here for you, the Mars retrograde is also going to be significant in December. Mars is the co-ruler of your 10th house of career. I see that something that you thought didn't work out, it has the option to come back once we get into December. Just look, may come back as early as November. Let's see. Yep. Oh yeah, baby. There's money to be made, interestingly enough. My question for you is, do you really want to work at the club? I figured it was that based on the conversation we previously had. That's my question for you is, do you really want to do it? There's a woman, I don't know if you've done this kind of work before, Kylie, but there's a woman on YouTube named Talia X Duchess X, or I think just look up Talia Duchess or Duchess Talia. She has videos about how to, like, if you're just breaking into the game, if it's new for you, She has really great videos about precisely what you need to know, what you need to do to make it work for you, and what to expect. Her part one was excellent, 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 excellent. Like she was giving out like information about like how to get started if you've never done it before, and what to know when you go in to a situation like this. But her, like what she shared were like life rules. Like, and then on top of that, I think she just posted a part two a couple weeks ago, and her part two was excellent as well. And she's not the only one. There are other people who have YouTube videos about what to expect and how to work it, etc. Hey Sneha, welcome. Looking right now, I've done a bit of research already. Take a look at Talia's videos. She keeps it really real and really clear, and she does great, great, great work. Waitress or something. Yeah, you can do that too. So, but I do see it working out for you if it's in fact something that you want to do. It's maybe the kind of thing where like maybe you do a little now and then you revisit it in December with the Mars retrograde. But I'm being completely honest, two things look true. One, it looks like good money given the position of Jupiter in your second house and Jupiter on your sun. And it also not only looks like great money, but it also looks like with Mars and the Mercury retrograde through your fifth house, it also looks like a lot of fucking fun. It looks like you have a lot of fun doing this. Now, I don't know how this works. We're gonna have to have some other conversations given your living circumstance, because I recall your living circumstance and you being like, I don't know how that's gonna work given that circumstance, but we can talk about it, because I do see that there are some things that will facilitate some changes here. There are some things that are, there's some changes that are going to be warranted in the living circumstance I'm seeing here, whether you do that or not. But I think this may expedite you getting to the new living circumstance. But yeah, can you do it? Yes. Will it pay good money? Yes. Will you hear from them? Likely when Mercury goes direct. And let me just see. Okay. Yeah. Likely when Mercury goes direct. I was trying to find the date you gave me when you spoke to them. Yeah, it looks like you retracted that. You may want to retract the rest of that, Kylie. You and me, you and I know we're like secret squirrels. We do not like our business out there, which is why I'm like still shook up over my indecent exposure just before I did your reading, Kylie. I can see the money already. The man is supportive. This is good. This is great. Watch Duchess's videos. Her videos will get you there on how to handle all the stuff. And like I said, there's other girls on YouTube who talk about it and what to expect, but I think she just keeps it really real, and she doesn't glorify any of it. She's just like, here's what to know, here's what to expect, here's how to make it work for you, here's the boundaries you need to walk in with, here's the boundaries other people are going to have, and here's how to make sure that you're not getting caught up in a way that just doesn't work for you. Okay. All right, Miss Kylie, thank you for letting me do you a question. I still say email me. We should talk tomorrow. Okay. Email me, hun. If you're around tomorrow, we can have a little chitty chatty about the rest of this. Okay. Zenaida, I believe you're next. And then let me go ahead and Kylie, our Tinder spammer is back. If you would just keep an eye on that, I'd really appreciate it. Because let me pull some tarot for you, Miss Kylie. Let me pull some tarot. And for you, the Rider-Waite is what's feeling really right today. What does Kylie need to know about this new about this job, working on this job. What's going to help her with this job? Are they going to call back? Interesting. Talk to us about Kylie and this job. Will they call back? What does she need to know about it? She wants to make some more money. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh my God, Kylie, I like this. I like what I'm seeing here. Yeah, but yeah, which you already know. Okay. So, what came up in the Rider-Waite was the Four of Cups reversed, Six of Pentacles reversed, Three of Swords reversed, bottom of the deck, Moon upright. When I see this particular combination, especially all in reverse, this is letting me know you're coming out of a period of stagnancy. Let me just open up to the energy a little more. What's this job going to do for her? What does she need to know about this job? Yeah, this is a period of stagnancy that you're coming out of. For some reason, Kylie, I'm not sure why it is, but your emotions are very tied up with your money. Is there a reason for that in your chart? Why are your emotions and money tied up together? All right, I can't really see it very clearly. I sort of see it in your chart, but I would need more time with your chart to really get there. What I'm seeing is, for whatever reason, this last little stretch of time, your money and your emotions have been tied up together. And this particular movement here is actually going to make things unlock. Where you have been struggling to get things to move financially, to energetically and emotionally move yourself emotionally, like get out of an emotional rut. Something about this job starts to shift all of it for you. Precisely what and how, I'm not sure. Moon upright, bottom of the deck, but I'm also seeing Moon upright, keep your business to yourself. Some of the people you've been embroiled with in your world, I'm specifically picking up friends. They don't need to know about this because that's just going to keep you emotionally stuck. And so for now, do what you need to do to get unstuck. And it sounds like this job will give you some of that opportunity, Kylie. And then simultaneously keep it to yourself, Moon upright, bottom of the deck. As much as this is about the money for you, I'm really seeing here that there's something about this that's also going to, if there's been brokenheartedness in your space and kind of like a non-openness or hesitancy around love and letting emotions flow, something about this job breaks you out of that altogether. Like that cycle comes to a close just from being in the flow of the energy. Maybe it's the people you meet, but I think it's just making money again, honestly. I think that's a lot of it. Okay, so that's what I got for you, Miss Kylie. But yeah, hit me up tomorrow. We'll have a little bit more conversation about all the things. Okay, so I have payment here from, so we did Katie D. Zenaida. Zenaida, it is your turn. After Zenaida, it's RDD. RDD, I have you on the list for a tarot and an astro. Does RDD have more of a name? Rebecca D. And then after Rebecca D, I have Lorna actually made the payment. Cool. Thank you, Lorna. Thank you. Okay. It still shows on my end that there is a money request from Lorna. So Lorna, just make sure you've canceled that money request on your end as well. Okay. Thank you to the finest KM Astro. Thank you. I'm excited for you. There's like, I really liked seeing that energy movement for you. Like I like seeing you get out of the stuck energy. But yeah, there is something about needing to keep it to yourself while the energy shifts that is going to be required. All right, Zen, it's your turn, babe. Let me have your birth details and birth details and your question. Welcome, Zen. Welcome, Sneha. Great to see you both. No problem, Lorna. Glad to have you here. No problem. Yes, I told the man I have the able to dissociate. That's the only way I can do it. Well, Kylie, I don't know. You may not actually need to dissociate, Kylie. You may actually find that being fully present works really well for you. Hey, Sneha, I see you put your question above. I don't have payment from you. I have payment from Zen, from Rebecca, and from Lorna. If you'd like to get on the list, if you want to make payment, you definitely can. The list is certainly open. I'd be more than happy to read for you. The way to get on the list for anyone who's just joining, I just pasted it there. It's also pinned above in the blue comment in the chat section. You can pay $25.25 for a single astrology question. You can also add $10 more, $10.10, and do $35.35 for astrology plus a tarot pull for more illumination, greater insight. And hey, hello, Marie. Great to see you. But the list is open. I'm going to read for Zen, then Rebecca, then Lorna in that order. Once I've completed with them, it would be your turn if you decide to make payment and jump on the list. All right, Miss Zen, let's see what the birth details are here for you. Okay, Sacramento, California, Sacramento. Okay, September 15, 1990, 11:43 a.m. Okay. Oh, so Zen used to dance too. Very nice. Seriously thinking about getting back into it. Yeah. All right, cool. So here, Zen, you showed up at the right time. If you have any tips that you're willing to share, that would be wonderful for our girl Kylie. And if you wanted, if you're more open to sharing offline and you're open to sharing a little contact information, how Kylie can find you, Zen, that would be really helpful to her. Because, when it's new to you and you don't know, there can be so much to learn. And if someone's just willing to share with you, here's what I had to learn the hard way that you shouldn't have to, that can really go a long way to keeping people from having scraped knees along the way. So if you're willing to just provide a little extra guidance, that would be amazing. Kylie's a wonderful person. She's been a moderator on this channel pretty much from jump. And I know she'll take everything you say to heart. If you're willing to provide that kind of information and share a way that she can be in touch with you, that would be really generous, Zen. Okay, cool. So let's get into Zen's reading. Zen says, What's her question? Not sure if that's really the move for me. I have a guy in my life I've been pushing away despite me being head over heels over him. I feel torn. Okay. Zen, what's your question about feeling torn? Um, and why have you been pushing away if you're head over heels for him? What's going on there, hun? Song, I don't even remember your question to be able to pull tarot for you. So I would probably say at this point, no, hun. Um, and the chat's not going to let me scroll back up to where I read for you. It only goes back so far. It's only letting me go back to Mystic Rose. And you were before her, just before her. So I'm going to say no for now, but definitely in the future, if you would like to be able to do that, just make sure you make the payment at the same time. No problem, Kylie. I don't really have a specific question. Maybe you can help me understand the current energies better. Okay, no problems then. There are some changes going on for you with the eclipse cycle on the Taurus Scorpio axis. They are definitively impacting Pluto, your sense of power, Juno, your partnership asteroid, and your seventh house axis, which gets you into commitment. He's great, but the whole situation scares me. One of the things that it's funny because Pluto does talk about our fears. Scorpio governs our fears, and it's your rising sign. And fears in partnership would really be illuminated through this particular transit. The eclipses are trying to help you break free. South node is what we're letting go of. Fears in partnership asteroid, South node conjunct, and fears in general as South node talks to Pluto as we get later in the year and into next year. This period of time of releasing fears around partnership is really important for you because in the world of releasing these fears, even if this guy, let's say if you could, how do I put this? This is a moment in time where you're being given the opportunity to up-level your capacity to have deeply fulfilling, satisfying partnership through this eclipse cycle, and that this man has shown up right at the time this eclipse cycle is taking place lets me know that he is an arbiter of the lesson. He's here to help you with it. He's here to support you figure this out. And so what you're talking about, I talk about this a lot more on my main channel, but it sounds like from an attachment style perspective, you may have potentially a fearful avoidant or dismissive avoidant attachment style. You may want to look into that. With Saturn here on your axis of education, you can look at some of the coursework from Thais Gibson. She runs the Personal Development School. She's got a wonderful quiz on her homepage over on her website. You just need to Google Personal Development School and take the quiz there, and it'll help you understand why, if you're head over heels for someone, you would also push them away. And then the coursework, again, Saturn, discipline, focus on the axis of education, will help you understand what it is you can do to stop letting your fears get the best of you in your relationship world. Now, what's striking about this for me is Saturn is presently square the nodal axis. And so this is a real turning point for you. It's a moment in your life where it's a wake-up call. You could really miss something amazing if you're not willing to get the education you need to move past this pattern. What there is for you to know about the current energies is that the relationship you have to yourself and to relationships themselves, seventh house, first house axis, is up for transformation if you're willing to apply some lessons and apply yourself through some education. That's what this is talking about. That's the major energy here. You're moving into a season in your life with Jupiter having just arrived in your fifth house, quickly moving to your sixth next year, seventh. This is dating and flirtation. This is the day-to-day life where somebody becomes a part of our world. Seventh house is commitment and marriage. You're moving into a chapter of your life where you're going to be asked to focus more deeply on relationship and commitment. But until this block gets removed, you're going to constantly find yourself hitting a wall, running away, shutting down, pushing people away, and then some of the really good ones leaving your space so that you can, instead of getting love, you can get lessons to break you out of your patterns here. And so I'd rather you get love instead of lessons with people. But there is this real need for you to step into understanding why you are the way you are so that you can get a different result in the world of connection and partnership. And this transit has been going on for some time. Jupiter was back here with Saturn as of 2021, prompting you to take on these lessons at the very beginning of 2021. We're now a year and a half from that point. The Sag Gemini axis was the eclipse axis. That was still house 7 and house 1. So you had like a 2-year window of time to start to learn what there is to know about why you are the way you are in relationship so that you could get into really good relationship. Thankfully, we live in a really benevolent universe. It's okay if you don't get it during this transit. Some lessons, some people who are lessons will be brought in to help you if you would rather learn it through your experiences than learn it in the classroom, although I don't recommend that. If you can just learn it in a classroom, it does tend to be a lot easier Zen. I would check out the Personal Development School with Thais Gibson. That'll go a long way in helping you integrate what you're being asked to learn so that you don't have to learn it the hard way. Start with the quiz on her homepage and then take some of the classes that she has provided there. Okay. That's what I got, Miss Zen. Good luck. And if you're willing to share with Miss Kylie a little bit of ways she can connect with you on either like social media or an email, just to give her a little bit of support there, that would probably be really nice if you're up for that. Okay. I'm going to read for Rebecca D. Next, Rebecca D, I have you on the list. Please paste your hue and birth details. After Rebecca D, I'm going to read for Lorna. Oh, okay. Hit me up, Zen. Here's my Instagram, Kylie K. Yeah, that's nice, Kylie. We'll see if Zen does hit you up. If not, like I said, Kylie, there's a lot of wonderful people on YouTube who can provide some fabulous information for you about, just what to expect if you're just beginning on this path. Okay. Okay, Miss Rebecca. Rebecca is Kansas City. And no pressure, Zen, if that's just not something you're up for. I just thought it was kind of kismet, divine timing that we would fall into that conversation the moment someone who is a pro has shown up. And it's just an opportunity for you to be in contribution. No worries if that's not something you want to do. No pressure. Okay. 11/19/1987. You're always welcome back. Kansas City, Missouri. You're always welcome back here, even if it doesn't really feel right for you to connect in that way. You can still come back and hang out with us. No big deal. Okay. 7:01 a.m. Kansas City, Missouri, November 19th, 87. Got it. Okay. Ooh. Let's see. Miss Rebecca says, general twin flame love new stuff. Okay, so you want a love reading. Got it. The love boat. Okay, now I have that song in my head. And I barely even remember it. That show always came on when I was falling asleep as a kid. All right. Wow. I mean, Rebecca, I hope you were paying attention to everything that I literally just said to Zen. I got nothing, almost nothing new to say to you than what I said to her. Now, unless this can't be right. Rebecca, November 19th, 1987. It is right. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Okay. Rebecca says, yeah, it applied. Okay. But I already been working on attachment styles. Very good. Very good. All right. So now so this is where we go next. If you've already been working on this stuff and you already know that this is your jam, you may have some attachment style work to do. We all do. This is the human condition, right? None of us is free of having attachment style work that has to get done. We all have some. And so what I have going on here for you with the sun here, yeah, you have Venus as the ruler of your 7th house there. What I have going on here is okay. So you have the planet of commitment joining your commitment asteroid at this moment in time. And she is the secondary ruler of your 7th house. You've got Mercury retrograde here on your 7th house of committed partnership at this time. This is talking about in its square. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so this is really talking about a revisit, a redo, and a revisitation. It actually almost looks like a revisitation from like you're being set up for a redo or a second chance with a person, not just a lesson. Thank goodness. Where is your your verdict's point? And I think you probably know this. This person is probably in your world at this moment in time. Based on what I'm seeing with the Jupiter hitting your north node, squaring your verdict's point. This is telling me that you're getting a second chance with a person. You're being set up for it at this time, Rebecca. You're being set up for it at this time. And it's not really going to fully manifest until December. Let me look there and just see what's going on. Yeah, it's in December when things really start to heat up for you and you really start to see like, oh, okay. And into next year where something happens. My real question was if I should communicate with Twin Flame. If he reaches out, we are no contact. I can't answer that for you. You get to decide if you should communicate with him or not. I mean, I do see here that there's someone making their way back to you in your 3rd dimension. It does look like if there's no communication now in the third dimension, it does seem to show up by the end of the year. There also seems to be some level of spiritual attunement that's taking place right now to assist you with being able to be in communication. The only reason I would say, don't communicate is if you just don't feel ready. If you're okay with more silence for more weeks, months, or even years, if you're comfortable with that, then and that's how you want it. You want no communication. You want this person out of your life. You want to not be connected anymore in any capacity at all. And you don't care how long no connection goes on for. It could go on for a decade or more. If that's how you want it, Rebecca, then I would say, yeah, skip communication. If that's how you want it. But my suspicion is if you're out here on a Saturday with your personal time and your personal money, scratching your head about a specific person and being in communication with them, my suspicion is you actually do want communication. You're just not sure how to get it to be different than the way that it was in some way, shape, or form. So if you're already working on attachment style stuff, I would continue on that path, given the conversation we literally just had with Zen, and the chart setup is blowing my mind how exactly the same it is. And the only thing that's really different is your sun signs. My recommendation would be to continue to do the attachment style work so that you can understand how to make communication be different for you if and when this person shows up, and if and when the mood hits you, because I do see that that's a real potential here. The mood could hit you to reach out if you haven't heard anything by some point next year. I see you getting into a place next year where you're like, I'm ready to just be in communication. It doesn't have to be this big of a deal. This doesn't have to be this hard. So yeah, I would keep going with whatever you're doing in the world of education around your attachment style. Because the way you've got the question hidden in here, the way that's like, like, just tell me generally about love. And then, okay, well, the truth is my actual question is this. I would say there's still a bit more work to do around coming home to your own truth, Rebecca, about what you want and where you're at and being in ownership of it. And having learned enough in the world of communication with that Saturn there to have the connection play out in a different way going forward. So that's my reco. Let me do your tarot. Miss Song, I do see here that you added the 1010. I don't know if maybe you were out of the chat when I said that I wasn't going to be able to do that for you today. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and say you just didn't hear me say that, rather than you specifically heard me say it and then just presumed I would do it anyway. If you would like to do that in the future, Song, you certainly can. But you would need to make the payment for the tarot closer to the moment when I'm doing your reading so that the question can all be done simultaneously. Okay. Pulling now for Rebecca. Rebecca. So no problem, Song. Pulling now for Rebecca. Miss Rebecca. Totally got it. No problem, Song. Refund has been sent. Rebecca wants to know about communication and how she should handle it. How she should handle communication should her counterpart reach out. And if her counterpart doesn't reach out, how should she handle communication? What's her messages around communication? Oh, very sweet. Bottom of the deck, 2 of Cups upright. Okay, 7 of Pentacles upright, Knight of Wands reversed, and we have justice upright here. Um, yeah, this is letting me know that you're in the process of trying to figure it out. Open me to the energy a little bit more. Okay, this is telling me that you're gonna know, you're gonna have an answer. But why Knight of Wands reversed? Oh, okay. So this whole thing is showing me that you have been in that connection. You've really struggled to be yourself, honestly. That there have been times in the connection where bringing your full self, being your whole self to the equation has been difficult. There have been times where kind of just even hearing yourself has been hard. In the Knight of Wands in the Light Seer Tarot deck, what we have going on is a drummer who's like singing their soul song with this drum. But the drum is like one of the most palpable instruments, loudest instruments. Even if you are hard of hearing, if you've lost your hearing, you can still feel the drum. But with this Knight of Wands reversed, this is telling me that in the connection leading up until this point, you weren't even able to hear and feel yourself. And so some of the work for whatever attachment style you've got has been working to get you back in contact with yourself. And this is why there's been no communication, because there wasn't enough you in the equation to begin with. Um, when you get fully into contact and communication with yourself, when you can hear your own soul song, when you are part of the relationship, not just body and showing up, but heart, mind, and spirit as well. When you're part of the equation, justice upright is happening. It allows the connection to be balanced. It allows things to unfold in a way that doesn't violate your boundaries. It allows things to happen in a way that allows you to really be in the commitment without things falling apart, because this person is either riding roughshod over your boundaries, which the Knight of Wands can do, or because you are riding roughshod over your boundaries in order to keep this person around, which is what the Knight of Wands reversed can do. Seven of Pentacles upright, Two of Cups bottom of the deck. This is letting me know that you have been in the process, even though we can't see it in the outer world. You have been in the process of understanding why what's happened has happened. You're taking a look at the roots of this and really trying to get to the bottom of your own behaviors here. And in doing it, it is restoring balance to the equation. And what I love about this is that the motivating factor for you with the Two of Cups at the bottom of the deck has been love. Love has really helped you find your way back home to yourself. And in you having more you in the connection, it's allowing the connection to be more stable and more balanced. So I think you can trust yourself when, communication comes, if communication comes, Rebecca. I also suspect that you actually may be the one to initiate it at some point as you continue to heal. If communication hasn't come before the end of the year, it looks like you may be in the place next year where you're like, okay, I'm ready. I'm ready to just be in connection in whichever way the connection is able to manifest. Even if that is just friendship, I'm open to being in connection in that way. It looks like you get to that place within yourself where you can handle it because you have got your back in the situation. So that's what I got for you, Miss Rebecca. You'll have to let me know how that resonates. It looks like you're doing great work. According to the tarot pull I just did, looks like you've been really working at it. All right, so I'm going to read for Lorna next. Thank you so much, everyone, for your patience. After I do Lorna, it would be your turn if in fact you decide to join the list. That's how you get on it. RZ says, hi, I'd love to ask one question if possible. It's totally possible. It's not a free list, it is a paid list. I offer one question, one chart mini readings. You can get on the list with $25.25 to PayPal or to Venmo. If you would prefer to do a tarot pull, which is what you also just saw me do with the last person here, I can do the astro and the tarot pull for a total of $35.35. Okay, I'm about to do that as well now for Miss Lorna. So you'll be able to jump on after Lorna. You would technically be next. Okay, so let me go ahead and set up the chart here for Miss Lorna. Thank you so much. August 8th, 1959. Let's get into it. Let me share the screen with you. Missouri. Wow, 2 people with the Missouri birth location. Like almost back to back. 8/8/1959. 12:33 a.m. All right. Cool. All right, Miss Lorna, what is your question? You're welcome, RZ. Welcome. You're welcome to hang out. We're a good group. People here are really awesome and very nice. But let's get into Lorna's question. I don't see it here, Miss Lorna. If you could paste your question, that would be amazing. Okay, yeah, paste your question for me, Lorna, and we'll get into it. Awesome. And RZ, like I said, you're welcome to jump on the list. You can send payment via PayPal or Venmo. It would be great to read for you. General twin flame information or communication information. We have difficulty being just friends because of our extreme pull to each other. He is currently in another relationship. Got it. All right. Well. All right, Miss Lorna, when I look here at the transits, it's almost the inverse of some of what we've been talking about. Where's your natal Saturn? It's retrograde. Yeah. Ooh, girl. All right. Saturn retrograde in the 8th house of sexuality. Saturn represents boundaries. And when Saturn's retrograde in the natal, boundaries can be hard to come by in whatever house Saturn sits in. And you have Saturn retrograde in the house of sexual chemistry. So I'm not saying that you have bad boundaries all the time with people sexually. That's not it at all. But when there is an extreme pull, like the one you've just described experiencing, the boundaries can kind of go right on out the window. What's interesting about this is I do see there is some wounding here from childhood that is actively being activated by transit Saturn retrograde over your natal Chiron, opposite your childhood home and the childhood house. So there's some lessons here as the nodal axis receives that square and the eclipse cycle takes in that square around specifically girl boundaries. Damn. Your whole thing is talking about boundaries, Lorna. And needing to figure out what are the right kind of boundaries for you to have that are not based on your wounding, number one, and what are the right kind of boundaries for you to have that are based on who you want to be and what you want to have, and how do you facilitate creating that by guiding the energy in a very specific direction. Look, I get it. No one here who's a twin, has a different situation than you. Everyone who's a twin knows the exact pull you're talking about. Everyone has somewhere in the lessons of love and in the connection, the paradoxical lesson of what does it mean to have unconditional love, to love without conditions, and what does it mean to have appropriate boundaries as I learn how to allow this love to flow in my life. It's a paradoxical lesson. The lesson is linked. On one side, boundaries. On the other side of the paradox, we have unconditional. It would seem that the two don't operate in tandem, but they do. They're inextricably linked. In order to have what is unconditional love, there does have to be some guardrails to essentially direct this abundant flow of nurturing energy. You have to kind of like dig out a river to guide it. And so what there is for you to know during this eclipse cycle that's happening on your first house, seventh house axis here, is that there's this 10th house lesson, Saturn boundaries. I don't know if you work with this person or not, but there's this lesson around what is it you need to do and what is it you need to integrate in order to guide this guide this connection into its highest potential. That 10th house is the highest place in our chart. There is a highest potential of the way this can manifest for you. But in order to get it there, Saturn is demanding that you confront some of your core wounding with Chiron and Aquarius so that you can be in a place where this has the place to land. The visual my guides are giving me as I'm talking through this with you is the difference between pouring water out on flat earth and pouring water into a riverbed that you have dug out so that it can flow into a place where it can nurture your crops. Now, Lorna, I mean, I hate to say this because honestly, what I'm getting here is something that feels a bit cliche in the world of, the twin flame experience. Like, I'm not telling you things that isn't kind of common knowledge, cliche lessons, but in your chart, in like specifically, this is what's showing up. Saturn governs boundaries. The nodal axis, eclipse axis, is hitting your seventh house of commitment and partnership. Without this, you are going to find that this connection remains in exactly the place it's in. Not only that, but you're also going to find that there are some real difficult lessons in front of you while the universe breaks this down for you to learn in a more bite-sized way. So my strong recommendation, especially with Jupiter retrograde over the South Node, Jupiter acts like a portal, or sorry, the South Node acts like a portal when a planet retrogrades over it. Jupiter's retrograding over it this year for you. I do see the potential here for this soul connection to manifest as a seventh house committed partnership. And before it actually gets there, Jupiter rules this latter part of your seventh house of committed partnership. Jupiter in mundane astrology represents the husband. Here's the husband popping through the South Node portal via retrograde. Can it go there? Yes. In order for it to go there, girl, there's got to be some integrity around this, some wholeness, some completeness that allows you to be your best self. And my suspicion with the Scorpio seventh house cusp is that your best self is not facilitated through a love triangle. Scorpio seventh house cusp do not do love triangles very well at all. In fact, the self that you are being in the middle of a love triangle is a self that brings out all the worst parts of your scorpionic energy. That's a self that is self-blaming, it is guilting, it is manipulative, it's retaliatory, it's secret keeping, it's tit for tatting kind of energy. Without you allowing the boundaries to come in so that you can manifest yourself into your whole self, your best self, there's some hard lessons in front of you, Lorna. Hard lessons. Let me take a look at the tarot for you. I'm going to do this tarot pull. And then if there's anyone who's just joining the chat, it would be your turn next. If you would like to jump in, we get free will with these lessons. That's the hard part and the beautiful part. If you would like to jump on the list, you can. That's how you do it. I have pasted it there. I can read one question for your one question, one chart mini reading for $25.25 USD. And if you would like to add a tarot pull onto that, that is a total of $35.35. You can definitely jump on the list. I'm about to finish with Miss Lorna, and then it would be your turn because she's the last person on the list. I'm pulling now for Lorna, her tarot pull. Final card for Miss Lorna, please. Final card for Miss Lorna. What's the final message here in her 3-card pull? Final card for Miss Lorna. Here we go. Yeah. All right. Here we go. All right. Temperance upright, 6 of Wands reversed, 3 of Swords reversed. There's a real vibration here of sleepless nights that I'm getting. I can see that you've really, from time to time, struggled to know what to do or how to deal with what you're dealing with. Because on the one hand, with this Temperance upright, there's a real wholeness that you get just from being connected. But on the other hand, 6 of Wands reversed, it's incomplete wholeness, which is a bit of a oxymoron. It's like it's a shadow of the true wholeness that you could have if in fact things were manifesting in the way that allows both of you to be whole and complete and not just kind of like tiptoeing. This 3 of Swords reversed is letting me know that, there's some part of making peace that you've done with the situation as it stands. Like, it's almost telling me at first it was really hard to be the other woman, and simultaneously you've gotten a little complacent with it, a little used to it. Bottom of the deck, this 4 of Swords. What's interesting about the Temperance and the Light Seer deck, in the Light Seer tarot, the Temperance looks like a full moon period. There's the moon opposite the sun. And whenever the moon and the sun are opposite in astrology, that's when we have a full moon. And full moons represent completions, endings of cycles. And so this is telling me that the half wholeness that you've got, the shadow of wholeness, the semblance of wholeness, the promise of wholeness that being with him in this way has given you, that has been satisfying but not fulfilling. It's like you get an appetizer but you don't get a full 3-course meal. The cycle of that is starting to come to rupture and completion, where that's going on. And there's a new cycle coming in that will have some lessons about what it means to live on appetizers instead of getting to a full meal if you continue to go in this direction. Because I don't see that you have the type of 7th house that works well with being in a love triangle. And my suspicion based on this tarot pull is that it doesn't really work for him either, but that it's been convenient for now And so there's been like a pregnant pause in the air with this, and the Empress card almost wanted to pop out at the bottom of the deck as well. There's this pregnant pause energy where it's like, okay, we can't continue to do what we've been doing, but we don't really know what to do next. And the universe is just nudging you both along while you find your way to do what's next. Bottom of the deck, underpinning the reading in its entirety, is the Four of Swords, which does talk about a bit of a timeout, a bit of a break. And I do see that here on the horizon for you while you kind of find your way to the energy of how can I direct this deluge of turn on and life force and love energy. How do I direct that in a way that it doesn't just spill out everywhere, but it actually goes in a positive direction? Looks like that's the inquiry for you at this point in time. So, oh man, Miss Lorna, you're going to have to let me know how that resonates for you. Anyone would like to jump back on the list for a second question, you certainly can do that. The list is open. And you would be next. Now that I've completed with Miss Lorna. Miss Lorna, you're going to have to let me know how that resonates for you. What everything that I just shared, how that lands for you. I'll send an email after the live. Okay, cool. Thank you. And let me just refresh the chat just to see if I've missed anything. Because my chat is right at Kylie's last comment. And I did notice last week when we were all hanging out that there were sometimes the chat froze on my end. So if I missed anything, I wanted to make sure I caught it. Hello, hello, and welcome. I am inclined to pull some oracle for this lunation for us. If you're just joining, welcome. Great to have you here. I'd be happy to read for you. You're more than welcome to jump on the list. The way to jump on the list, I have pasted it there in the chat. One question, one chart, mini readings for $25.25 USD. And you can add a 3-card tarot pull or an oracle card onto that. The total then is $35.35. You can make your payment via Venmo or via PayPal. Okay, let's go ahead. Let me get a oracle message here for everyone in the chat, for all my beloveds. Get an oracle for all my beloveds. Interesting. This is an interesting message. But it kind of makes sense. The number 7 card from the Lightworker Oracle deck is Unplug from Mass Consciousness. And this card talks about the necessity of really taking in less media, social media, news media, taking in less pop culture ideas and ideals about yourself in your world, and getting to a place where you're sourcing your guidance from within. And it kind of makes sense based on everything that I have been seeing in both the astrology for this new moon and what I have been seeing here in today's live readings. This energy is really talking about the need to really get into your own truth, your own wisdom, get into your own intuition about your circumstances in a lot of ways. And in so doing, like divorcing yourself from what the world says your relationships need to look like, getting into the truth of what your heart says, your career path, your relationships, your family, your kids, the way you're raising them, getting into your own heart space about how those relationships play out and look. I'm going to read a couple of excerpts from the Lightworker Oracle Guidebook about the number 7 card, Unplug from Mass Consciousness. I'm going to see if I can find a visual of it for you guys. And share screen. There it is. All right. Let me just. Okay, this is a great visual of it. And let me share screen so you guys can see it. There we go. So that's the Unplug from Mass Consciousness card. And what it says for the message, this is the number 7 card in case 7 is significant to anyone. There is a belief system based on fear, doubt, and distrust that is known as mass consciousness. It says it is safer to stay with the crowd, not to question what you have been taught. It says you cannot trust the divine to take care of your financial well-being or your emotional needs. It says you should be afraid and not take risks. It says that if you dare to stand up and live your truth, being guided to unplug from that system, you'll be lost and alone, humiliated, rejected, or even destroyed. You are being guided to unplug from that system of beliefs. You are capable of a more creative, loving, and soul satisfying way of living. To access this, let go of the way that is too small for your soul. You're brave and aware enough to think outside of the square, beyond what society or your peers may consider normal. You're supposed to be questioning things right now. You're in a transition from one way of thinking to another, opening up to a new world which you can trust enough to live in with peace and happiness because of the upgraded new beliefs you're cultivating. No matter how others may resist or criticize your choices, perhaps your new ideas take you away from the world they feel comfortable in. Your higher guidance encourages you to keep opening your mind to a more loving, higher reality. If you've been thinking along new lines and wonder if you're going crazy, your guidance tells you that you're doing a great job. You're not crazy. Trust yourself. You're thinking in ways that do not belong to mass consciousness. It can seem scary at first, but once you realize the benefits gained from unplugging, you'll enjoy the process way more. It will free you and empower you to live a life of your own choosing. Opportunities and connections can open up to you in ways that defy your old beliefs. Sometimes breaking from the accepted norm, doing things differently, and being considered weird to family, colleagues, and friends is a sign that you are breaking away from the consciousness of the masses, which is not compatible with your own higher frequency consciousness. You were born to bring a new vibration of awareness to this planet. You'll find those who can benefit and even love you for this difference, and those who are challenged or fearful of you for it. Either way, you can love and approve of yourself, nourish relationships that support you, and have compassionate detachment from those that do not, without compromising who you are in truth. So keep unplugging yourself, one layer, thought, word, and deed at a time, from that which the mass consciousness would have you buy into. More stuff, more fear, more competition, more doubt, more suffering. You can challenge any thought you don't want to have. Free yourself. You have the power to change your world and the world we live in as a result of one liberating thought at a at a time. And so that's the oracle message I've got for us today. Thank you guys for having a listen. It is a great card. I love that card. Love that card. Beautiful energy. All right. Unless anyone wants to jump on the list or ask another question, we're going to close out here. And if anyone has any kind of collective energy questions, I'd love to hear those. I can answer those too. If you want just general kind of collective stuff, I can channel in and see what's going on. Lastly, I'll say if you've enjoyed this, I do them periodically. Somebody had asked how often do I do these? Just depends, on kind of what's going on in my world. Sometimes weekly, sometimes once a month. It just depends on how busy I am. Hey, Audra Mitchell, great to connect. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thanks for stopping by, saying hi, soaking up the vibes. Great to have you here. I'd also be curious, we're heading into the Twins new moon, the Gemini new moon. I'm really curious what kind of shifts and changes you're noticing in your connections at this point in time and in your life. Gemini also represents communication, mind, and thought forms. If you're willing to share what this new moon is bringing for you in terms of changes in your mindset, that would be awesome. Or in communication, that would be awesome. I'd be super duper curious. For me, this new moon has just been a bit of like a relief as we come out of Jupiter in Pisces, Mars in Pisces. That energy was heavy for me. About the planetary concubines and effects on divinity. Hopefully you got what I was saying with that. I don't know what planetary concubines are. Loved the astrology post. Thanks, Audra. Thank you. Yeah, I've never heard of a planetary concubine before. Somebody asked about that in my comments on one of the videos. I've never heard of that before. That was a new vocabulary word for me. So you would have to educate me on what that is. You'd have to tell me, bring me into the fold on that. Like I said, I never heard of it. But yeah, let me know. How's your new moon going? What's shifted? What's opening up? All of that. Okay, I see Miss Lorna has paid for another question. That's just cool. Miss Lorna, let me know what you want me to look at for you. Worldly movements and changes with that information, dual relationships, I'll explain later. Please do, Kylie. I'm curious. I've never heard of that before, but I'm curious. Okay, Miss Lorna, are we looking at your natal chart or are we looking at a new chart for a different person? Let me know. Let me know, let me know. I mean, can I Google that? Is planetary concubine a Googleable term? I've never heard of that, but I'm so fascinated. Hey, Tinder X.xyz. Nobody here wants to click your links, hon. We do spiritual stuff on this channel. So, I mean, you keep getting blocked, but this isn't your target market. Your target market isn't hanging out here with me, sweetheart. You should try a different channel. Not Googleable. Got it. All right. Well, you have to bring me to the page, girl. Okay, February 16th, 2/16. Something I got from the ethers, I guess. 2/16/1966. Okay. Do not have a time, no problem. St. Louis, East St. Louis. Let's see if East St. Louis is in here. Forget how big Missouri is. Hit my elbow. East. Okay, no, East St. Louis is not in here. Just St. Louis. Okay, got it. February 16, 1966, St. Louis. All right. No problem with no birth time. Lorna, let's take a look. Let me see what your question is. What is your question? Kylie, were you the one who was asking about that in the comment section on the main channel this past week? Somebody had put something about that on the main channel, and I'd never heard of it before. I thought, and you're the, this is the second time I'm hearing about it, so maybe it was you. Why am I the only moderator today? I know. Where's Flower and Christy and the vent? I'm trying to understand where our girls are at. I have no idea what they're doing. Oh, it was you who put it on the channel. Okay. Lorna, let me know what the question is, babe, and I will hop to it for you. While we're waiting on Lorna, I'm just going to double check to see if any other payments came through. If you would like to jump on the list, you would be right after Lorna. I would read for Lorna and then I would read for you. It's a beautiful question. I have no idea. Super curious. Maybe Lorna's typing out her question. Just general information. Okay. I love it. That's a great question. Like just general information. I mean, I can look past, present, I can look future, I can look at personality, Lorna. I can look at, you know, kind of behaviors if you don't understand certain things about them. I can look at their communication style. Okay, Kylie, that's going to warrant a different conversation because I don't know that I even understand that part, movement and religion and space and dual relationships. I'm not even up to speed on that part. Lorna, there's so many things. I can look at his lifelong lesson. I can look at, you know, his, you know, kind of certain what he's learning about relationships right now. If not about relationships, I can look at kind of money and work. You know, there's so many different ways I can look to understand what's going on. But if you just give me a little bit of guidance where you'd like me to look, or if there's a circumstance that happened in the past, you just need to give me a date and a little bit of context. I can kind of suss out what happened. Struggles. Okay. Struggles, we can do that. Let's see where his challenges are in this lifetime. Uh, 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 uh. Struggles. Hard to explain on chat. Yeah, I bet it is. This it sounds complex. Um, oh, well, ooh, okay. So for him in this lifetime, with the sun square his nodal axis, there's a little bit of challenge when it comes to being himself as he learns some of his greater lessons here on Earth. Lifelong lesson, Gemini North Node in the fourth house. It's about learning how to communicate, open up with family of origin, be him, like be honest, truthful, transparent, but more so also be curious, be be willing to let others live. It's like a live and let live energy when you have Gemini in the fourth house. There's a real need to be more permissive about what other people are doing in the family of origin. I don't know if he has kids or if he has a lot of hangups about the way mom and dad, maybe raised him, or his brothers and sisters, the way they behave. um, there's a real need to learn how to live and let live without letting what other people are doing undermine who he is and what he thinks and what he wants. It's an individuation energy. And so with the Aquarius sun, he's definitely a unique individual, especially with Lilith sitting with his sun. And with these two square the nodes, this is letting me know that in a past lifetime, he's had to work this lesson as well. And working this lesson, there's been some ways in which he struggled to really integrate it, to really do what he's needed to do to be who he is and let other people be who they are. There's been a bit of rigidity around either other people seeing things his way, that's South Node, Sagittarius, or a bit of rigidity around other people needing him to see things their way. And so a bit of loss of self. In this lifetime, he's needing to learn how to be himself while letting other people from his family of origin be themselves and not make it mean something that we're not all doing the same thing, wearing the same colors at the same time, that kind of thing. There needs to be more expansion, more openness for everyone to be unique individuals and still be connected. That's what this is talking about. But and also not shutting down, like not shutting down communication, not shutting down connectedness and openness, even when we are, kind of marching to the beat of our own drummers. A real need to allow us to do that while still staying connected. So that's a big piece of learning for him in this lifetime. Let me just see what the transits are saying with regard to that lesson at this juncture. With regard to that lesson, Mercury and Venus. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I see the commitment to family here in his chart. But what's interesting is that as Saturn, the bringer and restorer of integrity, comes to sit right on top of his sun and retrograde back and forth on top of it. This is talking about how he is getting into the energy at this time, getting into an energy of not having another choice but to be himself unapologetically. Like life is saying, you will be yourself, or there will be some really dire consequences. And that's a learning for this year that's going on with that. Let me just pull, you ordered the tarot to go with it. So I'm going to go ahead and do your tarot pull to go with that. Let's go ahead and see. Shuffling for Lorna. Miss Lorna would like to understand her person's question or her person's struggles in this lifetime. Let's see. Lorna would like to understand her person's struggles in this lifetime. How she would like to understand so she can be a better partner, better person, more compassionate. She would like to understand her person's struggles in this lifetime. All right. Let me give a good shuffle. Lorna would like to understand her person's struggles in this lifetime. Lorna would like to understand her person's struggles in this lifetime. Wow. Okay. All right. So I'm using my Santa Muerte Tarot for the answer to this question. And what's showing up here is the 9 of Pentacles upright, Queen of Swords upright, Page of Pentacles reversed. What's interesting about the Santa Muerte deck, the visuals on this deck talk about normally the 9 of Pentacles, the 9 or the 6. It's the 9. Okay. Normally the 9 of Pentacles talks about, fruitful single living. But in this deck, the visual talks more directly about almost drowning in your own commitments and obligations, like having too much, as I'm looking at the card. And then there's this Queen of Swords that just looks like she's ready to slice you and dice you. And then the Page of Pentacles reversed. That's like collecting energy from a barren location. So all of this that I'm looking at, what's at the bottom of the deck? The 7 of Wands reversed. It's interesting because the energy that's coming through is that your person's really being deluged, being inundated by some hard facts in his third dimension about something that there's some unignorable information coming to him at this time. What is this? Oh, okay. There's like a realization he's not going to be able to have everything his way. That's what's going on here. And that to have things the way he wants them to, there actually does need to be some sacrifice. With the Page of Pentacles reversed. In this deck, there's somebody harvesting the Page of Pentacles, like they're picking like fruit or seeds or something and placing them into like a bag. But with it reversed, everything that they've placed in that bag would fall out. And so there's this recognition that there is a need at this time in order to get what you want. What he wants is havable. Like there's an abundance of what he wants available, but this Queen of Swords is standing right in the middle of it all. Like you're going to have to give something up. You cannot have all the things all the time in exactly the way you want it. There's some kind of lesson here around sacrifice, like giving something up. The bottom of the deck, this particular 7 of Wands. Oh, it's being in the middle of a grove of trees in the forest, and the trees are in the midst of fall. It's the season of releasing the leaves. So yeah, 7 of Wands reversed in this deck is really talking about maybe trying to hold on a little too much, and the necessity, like holding on, is actually causing more problems than just letting go. Yeah, there's a damned if you do, damned if you don't energy to this that he's sitting in at the present moment as a struggle, when the reality is he's only damned if he does and damned if he doesn't, because he's trying to have it all. And this energy is, instead of saying you can have what you want, but you cannot have it all. And there's a real need to be honest with oneself within this energy, Queen of Swords upright, about the truth of that. You can have it all. I mean, you can have what you want, but you cannot have it all. There does need to be sacrifice here. And choosing to not sacrifice, like no answer is not an answer in this circumstance. Like not making a choice is only causing more problems in this circumstance, is what this is really looking like. It's what's creating the deluge, the inundation, the sense of drowning in third dimensional difficulties. Yeah. Okay. So you'll have to let me know how that resonates for you, Lorna. I think you probably know his situation pretty well at this point. So you'll have to let me know what in there stood out to you as resonating for what you're witnessing and seeing. But that's kind of the lessons of the moment going on, struggles of the moment going on for your person. Hey, Jenny, welcome. Great to have you here. I can certainly answer a question for you. The way to get on the list is by making a payment. The list is open. Readings are $25.25 for a astro chart. If you'd like me to do tarot with it, which is what you just witnessed me do here for Miss Lorna, it's $35.35. You can make payment via PayPal or Venmo. Totally understand if you were looking for something that was cost-free today. Some people are. That's not what's provided today. But if you want me to read for you, you can certainly make the payment and I will do that. Lorna, I don't know if you need to. Outside of the reading space, I don't correspond back and forth with people about what we read about. In fact, once we're done here, I'm going to try to erase all of the 20 or so odd readings from my brain, so I'm not carrying your energies around with me. If you would like to look more privately and in depth about your circumstance, you certainly can. The way to do that is to book a reading with me over at kmoonastro.com. That's how I can sit with your chart, sit with your person's chart, hear your circumstance, and unpack it with you. I do have a 30-minute reading available this Thursday in the morning, Eastern time, if you'd like to grab that. Otherwise, there are some available appointments, not this week, but the following week, if you'd like to spend some time looking. But otherwise, coaching via email, back and forth over email about your personal situation, that's not really something I offer. The only way I get into people's situations is via the reading space, and you can pay for one on my site, or we can, do stuff here on the mini reading channel. All right. So Jenny, let me know if you would like to do a mini reading. I can certainly look for you, but otherwise I think we're going to go ahead and close out here. All right, beloveds. It was so fun to hang out with you guys today. Thanks everyone who booked a reading, a mini reading. It was lovely to chat. Thank you also for everyone who was supportive in the chat to each other. That was also really nice. I love hanging out with you guys. I love being in the reading space. It's a lot of fun for me. I'll give it a couple more minutes just to see if Jenny wants to jump on the list. And if not, we'll go ahead and close out. But yeah, you're welcome to book a private reading, Miss Lorna, if you want to go more in depth. And if anyone is curious, I did mention that I'm definitely curious about how your new moon, your Gemini new moon is playing out for you. If anyone just wants to share, this is what I'm seeing, this is what I'm experiencing, I'd be really interested to know, because it's been such an interesting energy, the Gemini new moon. It's very different than the last several new and full moons we had in March and April and May. Definitely a different vibe. I would love, 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 love to hear what it's been like for you. See if any messages want to come through from my Black Angel Oracle deck before we close out. Is there a message for the group here to close out from the Black Angel Oracle deck? Are there any messages from this group, from this deck? Any messages from this group, from this deck? Let's see. The Dreamer. I used to get this card all the time in my 20s. I remember getting this card and being so frustrated. Gemini moon, finally have a good vibes. Yeah, it does have good vibes, doesn't it? It has really good vibes. So it's a bit more uplifting than the last several months for sure. Okay. So if anyone wants to jump on the list, you can. The collective message is the Dreamer. We're going to close out on this if no payments come through. Coming from a Gemini moon. Oh, let's see. I forgot you have a Gemini moon there, Kylie. If you are, the message is you are living the largest vision of life you could have imagined. The waking path is inner vision. The sleeping path is invisibility. Oh yes, the dreamer dreams while everyone grows impatient, waiting for her to do something. Little do they know that your dreams are visions for the world. As a dreamer in the waking path, you are the holder of manifestations. You make things happen. Your inner vision emerges from your courage to have the largest dreams for yourself, regardless of your fears. In this visibility, you clearly see your soul. You have insight beyond the realm of most. Therefore, your role is that of a visionary. Your divine work of seeing with your heart gives you an extraordinary position in the making of human history. Your sight is rejuvenating for others as it brings out their own capacities to dream. In the waking path, your visioning as dreamer is less about new ideas than about bringing insightful meaning to life. If your work were just an idea, it could be lived by someone else, but your vision has to be lived only by you. It is important for you as a dreamer to be clear about what you are asking for in your dreams and to see if you are moving toward or away from your visions of life. If you are in opposition to your dreams, then you are in opposition to your divine work and your life. Whether you are awake or asleep, dreams represent your soul's efforts to become visible in some way. On the sleeping path, if you fear being seen, you are likely to not be aware of any dreams. If you do dream, you may be likely to feel overwhelmed by your vision. The vastness of your vision can lead you to believe that it is impossible to fulfill your dreams. We are used to deferring our dreams. To avoid your dreams is to bring a slow demise to your soul. In this sleeping path, you may feel hopelessness and the loss of a sense of purpose. You are without vision. The ego is deflated. You may even feel non-existent. However, in this sleeping phase, you have a chance to reclaim your vision or awakening. Soul revival for you entails freeing your dreamer spirit by recognizing and believing what you envision for your life. First, you need to gain a reflective ability to see your dreams. Know the details of your dreams so that you can take action toward them. Dream large, beyond the boundaries you think exist. Dreaming requires that you journey with trust and know that you are capable of bringing forth a meaningful life. The fears that keep you invisible keep you from manifesting your dreams as well. Remember, your inner vision is your gift to humanity. Beautiful card. Beautiful card. You know, there was a theme here as we are closing out that I noticed in today's readings, that there was a lot of things that people were aware of that needed to move from awareness to action. Whether it was in relationship, whether it was in communication, whether it was in the work world. This period of time, as Jupiter moves into Aries, the sign of our ambition, and Mars joins it there, Jupiter being expansion, Mars being motivation, the two of them just now moving into the sign of ambition, the I am, forward movement, growth, and momentum. This is a period of time where we are being asked to bring our visions to fruition, to act on what we know to be true, to get out of our own self-created or life-created ruts. And in so doing, we have the capacity to really manifest the version of ourselves that we saw on the other side before we came in. But it does take action. It does take work. It takes behavioral change. It takes a willingness to go forward and do a new thing. I frequently say to my clients, to myself, to my friends, to get something that we've never had, we have to be willing to do some things that we've never done. We have to be willing to take radical action. We have to unbind ourselves from our own shackles. The only thing that stops us from really going for it is what's in our own mind. And, you know, some of this is messaging for me as much as it is for anyone else. So I share that with all of you today as the closing message. I didn't see any new payments come in, so I think we're going to go ahead and wrap here. But it was a lot of fun to hang out with all of you. And I hope that this new energy that's coming in, this Jupiter Mars conjunct energy, this new energy of in Aries, this new energy of I can and therefore I will. Now that that's coming in, my strong recommendation is that anything that is an action that you've had the idea to take that you have not yet taken, take it now. Take that leap of faith, even if you're doing it not even thinking it will work. Take it anyway, because things begun under this Gemini new moon transit have the capacity to become things better than we could have imagined with the way these energies are playing out. So my strong recommendation would be to revisit those dreams and start taking action on them now during this Mercury retrograde. Go back to those thoughts you've had, Mercury retrograde, and apply them in the now time. This is how your breakthrough will occur. Let's see what's happening here in the chat. Lorna says, both readings have resonated. I have struggled with boundaries with him only. We were in a relationship prior to his current relationship. I always felt his family preferred he be with her rather than me. That makes sense. And there, you know, Lorna, I remember that Saturn being opposite the fourth house. As I was looking, fourth house is family, Saturn is integrity. There may be something for you to learn and look at in that for you around limiting beliefs. I don't know what they said or did that may have left you with that sensation. But what I can say that I am seeing as I'm looking at the chart, etc., or looking into that situation is that some of that may or may not be true, but what's definitely true is that you feel that way, and that you feel that way is impacting the situation. So it's necessary for you to come to terms with who you are and what you bring to the situation and your value in the situation, so that you can be in a place of standing up for that value within yourself, regardless of what anyone thinks. And so it sounds like there may be a little mirroring in that circumstance between you and him in terms of valuing Lorna and what Lorna brings to the table enough to stand for it. People can only treat us as good as we're treating ourselves, y'all. That's the reality of this. People can only respect our, like if we have set our boundaries at 10, but then we constantly behave and reveal that we're willing to accept less than 10, that we're willing to live at 6, then people are going to hold our boundaries at 6. That's how that goes. People can't hold better boundaries for us than what we're holding for ourselves. So, okay, beloveds, stand for more. Stand for more, and we'll get more. And I think that's the closing note. I love you all, and we're going to stop here. Wonderful hanging out with you guys today. And if you're not already on the private list, please join, because that's how you'll find out how I do mini readings in the future. Take great care, and bye for now.